attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay, I am going to call to order the Architectural Board of Review agenda for November 2nd. And we'll start with our roll call.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I will take the roll call. We have Chair Moore.
Here.
Vice Chair Six.
Here.
Board Member Black.
Here.
Board Member Cunningham.
Here.
Board Member Olson.
Here.
Board Member Watkins.
Here.
And it looks like Board Member Whalen is absent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we jump into general business, I did want to, on behalf of the ABR, just wanted to say how sad we were to hear of the loss of Lori Romano recently. She was a great contributor with her design talent to this community. She contributed in many ways with substantial projects as well as on many design review boards. So we were really saddened to hear about her loss. So our thoughts are with her family and with her. And so with that, let's move on to our public comment.
Kevin,
do we have? Yes.
Kevin, could I interrupt first?
Yes, go ahead,
You're
Liam.
breaking up. I'm only getting about a third of what you're saying.
Oh, okay. I apologize for that.
Might be
I don't know
me.
what I can. I don't know what I can do.
I've heard you loud and clear. Maybe
Okay.
everybody else. So, Mr. Olson, I'm wondering if it might be your computer. It looks like all the staff can hear the chair just
Oh,
fine.
no, I'm not hearing you. So I'm showing yeah, I think it must be me.
I think it is, and it may be that if you turn your webcam off and then back on, or like it might be a bandwidth situation. So if you need to preserve your audio, you might want to turn off your video. But we can continue to test that, so you don't necessarily have to have your webcam off the entire time. That's not my preference, but that is one way to preserve the audio. And Mr. Chair, if you are ready to go into general public comment,
Yes.
I can go ahead and help with that.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So any member of the public would like to address the board on any subject that's not on today's agenda, please raise your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. You only need to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised at the moment, and I would just like to ask Mary if we received any written correspondence.
Yes, thank you, Ellen. We did receive general written correspondence from Alex Larson and Victoria Valente.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Chair, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yes, those emails were distributed to the board earlier today. So thank you for those. And we will close public comment and move on to approval of the minutes for October 5th. Does anyone have any edits or comments to this?
Move we accept.
Okay.
Accept presented.
Who was that seconded? Bob? We'll go with Bob. All right. Any comments or discussion? Nope. Okay, let's have our vote.
All right. So we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Board Member Olson?
I'm seeing that Board Member Olson's audio is on, but I'm not hearing anything.
Yes,
Mr. Olson? Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Board Member Watkins.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, now moving on to the consent calendar for today. Let's, can we have those read for us?
Thank you, Chair Moore. The ABR consent minutes, this is from October 12th, 2020, 535 East Yananali. The motion was project design, oh, excuse me, 2-week continuance with comments.
Okay, that was it. And I'll make a motion to approve those minutes. Do I hear a second? Bob, Mr. Cunningham again. Any discussion? No. Let's have our vote.
All right, thank you. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
yes,
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
All right, and now October 19th.
Thank you. The consent agenda from October 19th, 2814 Serena Road. That was continued 2 weeks with comments. .601 Alameda Padre Serra was final approval with comments. And 16 West Mission Street received approval, final approval as submitted. .112 West Ortega Street was continued indefinitely with comments.
Okay,
I'll move that we approve.
all right. Second. A second by Mr. Six. Any discussion? No? Okay, let's take our vote.
All right, we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Board Member Olson,
yes,
thank you. Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and then for today.
Thank you. Consent calendar was reviewed today by board members Watkins and Cunningham. The first item was 2814 Serena Road, which was continued 1 week with comments. The second item was 1717 Thomas Avenue, and it was continued 2 weeks with comments.
I'd like to add something. I was advised by staff that the 1 week continuance is not appropriate during electronic times. So the Serena Road project should be classified as a 2-week continuance, I believe.
Actually, thank you, Board Member Cunningham. That one particularly, we've already reached out to the applicant because we thought this was going to be a 1 week continuance to see if they would be able to upload plans by the deadline of sort of tomorrow is sort of the really hard deadline. They said they would be able to meet that deadline for that project.
Okay, that's good news. Then I'll move that we approve.
Okay. All right, we have a second. Oh, Richard, second. Any other discussion? No? Okay, let's take our vote.
Okay, we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Cunningham,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes,
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we can move on to any announcements, requests by applicants, etc.
Chair Moore, I do have an announcement today. We have with us Tava Ostringer, Assistant City Attorney, who will be talking about written public comment. And with that, we have Ms. Ostringer.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. Good afternoon, Chair Moore and board members. It's good to see you again. It's been a while. I was asked by staff to just give you a heads up on some new process that's going to be coming with regards to written public comment, and also explain the procedure that we have currently and why we do it the way we do it. With regards to, I guess there was some questions of why we don't read the names of the people who've submitted written public comment, or we don't generally summarize the public comment. And that's generally from a direction from our office, for the reason that all projects deserve fairness and due process. So we need to treat them all the same. And occasionally, if staff is asked to summarize a written public correspondence, they might not get it accurate. And in that way, the person submitting the comment is upset with the way we've summarized their email. And additionally, occasionally when we've said, okay, we've got a lot of public comment and it was generally in support of the project, we've received complaints from members of the public who did in fact submit a dissent to the project. So we've also gotten projects, particularly at HLC, where we had over 300 written public comments received. So if we were to read the names of each person that submitted a written public comment, it could unnecessarily prolong the meeting. So we've directed staff to simply let the public know that yes, we did receive public comment and that it was submitted to the board. And then for the benefit of the public who's listening, these are public records and you can request them from staff, and staff will be happy to provide them to you so you can see them. But with that said, I have some good news. We are implementing a new process where all the public comment that we receive will be going up onto a designated in hyperlink to your particular board website, where members of the public can then view all the public comments, and we won't need to then be sending you a bunch of emails with attached public comment. I don't know if it's how big your email boxes are, but a lot of times it tends to clog up my inbox. So this will promote widespread fairness so members of the public can see exactly what you're looking at and when you're getting it. So that process is underway. We're hoping to have it done in hopefully about 30 days. So I just wanted to let you know why we do this the way we are doing, and then that we are looking at a process that will be much more public transparent while we're in these COVID times. So with that, thank you again for your time, and it was nice seeing you all today. It's been so long.
Thank you, Ms. Ostringer, for that. And any other announcements by staff? No? Okay, any subcommittee reports? Probably not. All right, let's
And
move
Mr. Chair, pardon my interruption. I am getting some background noise, and I think it's you, Mr. Cunningham. I don't know if you're able to mute yourself while you're on your phone. I think that's just my initial assessment. But yes, I just am trying to preserve audio. But if anyone else, if you could just please mute yourself if you're not speaking. Thank you.
All right, we will do our best, I think. Okay, so let's wrap up general business and move on to this first item, which is a discussion only regarding rooftop mechanical equipment screening. And this was requested by Mr. Cunningham regarding an approved rooftop mechanical screening for 251 South Hope Avenue. So I don't know how we start this. Is there a planner that is going to be representing the the issue, or how does this work? That's a question for staff.
Chair Moore, this is a discussion item that was brought on by Board Member Cunningham. So in this case, it would be appropriate for him to bring up what his issue may be with this project. And as staff, we will be taking notes and seeing what the discussion, how the discussion plays out.
Okay, well, with that, Mr. Cunningham, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so this project was approved, I think about 2 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. I was involved with the project, so I was conflicted, could not comment. It's a different board now, not entirely, but mostly. And my problem with this project is the rooftop equipment. As you can see by this first photograph, there is on the fourth floor, across pretty much the full width of the building, a wall that's got a molding along the top that looks to be part of the architecture. But in addition, there are several more contemporary looking metal louvered enclosures which cover some of the rooftop equipment. You can also see other pieces of equipment popping up above that, the part of the building that looks like it actually is part of the building. My problem with this is there are, and the photographs don't really do it justice, unfortunately. There's well over a dozen pieces of equipment that pop up above the roof, and they clearly were just, overlooked or not addressed properly, either in review or by the designer. Second problem I have is the screens that were added that are painted to match the building in no way are appropriate to, mostly Spanish colonial architecture. This, in my opinion, should have been handled by enlarging the building itself on that fourth floor in order to completely enclose all of that rooftop equipment. This is the most recent building in this neighborhood, and it's the only one that has any amount of rooftop equipment. There is a car dealership next door that's got what looks like a new piece of HVAC equipment that may or may not be approved. I'm investigating that now, but every other piece of architecture in this neighborhood, which is a lot commercial and multifamily residential, every other piece, every other construction building structure has its rooftop equipment concealed, and this building just is a failure in that regard, and I doubt we can do anything about it, but I just felt I needed to complain. So there you have it. I hope we don't let anything like this happen again.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Oh, there's some better photos. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I guess we could do some questions if that's helpful. Maybe. Richard, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thoroughly agree. This is on my way home off of the freeway, and it shocks me every time I go by. Is there, a question would be, have the approved drawings carefully been reviewed, and is this exactly what was proposed and on the final plans? Bob, do you know?
I do not know. As I said, I was conflicted on it, so I have not followed it at all.
I think it would behoove us in this specific one to make sure, have staff or a volunteer to go over the approved plans carefully to see if there is any leverage or crack in the wall that that we can use as leverage here.
And Mr. Chair, part of my interruption, but I do want to just say that we should probably do public comment before we get into more questions.
Okay, fair enough. So let's open this up for public comment. Does anybody in our audience make comment about this particular item? You can raise your hand.
Yes, you can raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and I will call on you if you wish to speak. You only need to click the hand icon one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And I do not see anyone who wishes to comment at this time. Mary, did we receive any written correspondence for this item?
Thank you, Ellen. We did not receive any written correspondence for the item.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so I don't know if we need any more discussion on this. It sounds like what we're requesting is that staff or somebody appropriate like that take a look back at the process at which this was approved and compare it to the result of what we're seeing in front of us today and report back. Is that what you would like, Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, I would like to see that. Yeah, do what we can about this.
Yeah. Okay, it's a question to staff. Is that something that is possible at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's certainly possible. Since that's in a different section in the zoning enforcement section, I'd have to check with the supervisor what the timeline is. Oh, please, Irma looks like you can answer this one.
Great.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. Certainly, we can check to make sure that the screening was actually constructed to plan. If it was constructed as approved, then there's not a lot we can do. But if it wasn't, then of course we could follow up on whether it be enforcement or with the applicant. This project does have a case planner, and we can follow up with the case planner in planning to go through the plans. And certainly I welcome the offer from board member 6 to maybe help us to make sure that what was approved is actually what was built as well. So we may reach out to you.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
And I also, sorry, one point. I think it's also important that we note the process that this went through, and did it get some sort of review after final, or was it something that was approved administratively, or how can we learn from this and make our process better? Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, certainly.
If this is the appropriate time, and if the agenda item is about rooftop equipment in general, I have one project that I'd like to talk about also in kind of a general terms. Is that appropriate?
I don't think we can talk about any other specific project. And so it'd have to be very general, and we need to wrap it up in about 3 minutes.
I think I can do it for a general. I think, Bob and I approved a project that it's a tough call when the cure, existing exposed units on rooftops with, only interior improvements and so forth, down under and so forth. And the demand to screen the existing unscreened rooftop units, the cure of the screens, the cure sometimes becomes worse than the disease. And I think that Bob and I on a particular project decided just to paint them out with a sky gray blue instead of, the awkward screening that they proposed. So I don't know whether we need to discuss it, but it's a tough call sometimes in these consent calendar items, whether, you screen and it becomes terribly awkward or you just paint them out. So I just wanted to throw that out as something that I struggled with some of our projects in of that nature.
Yeah, it can be a difficult call. So all we can do is the best we can and try and use the requirements for rooftop screening to the best we can. Okay, any other discussion? And we don't need a motion or anything from this. It was simply a discussion item, I believe. So we can move on if everybody's satisfied. Yes, great.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yes, go ahead.
I'm going to need to remove myself from the meeting for the remaining items on the agenda. Both items are contractual conflicts. I will see you all next week. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Okay. We're moving on to item number 2, which is 2407 Bath Street, which is concept review. As a proposal for a new 2-story, 28,000 square foot pediatric medical office building with 2-level, 45,886 square foot subterranean parking garage. And the project proposes to merge 2403 Bath Street, 2407 Bath Street, 310 East Junipero Street, and 314 East Junipero Street properties. All existing buildings and site development will be demolished. 3 oak trees are proposed to remain and will be incorporated into a new landscape plan. The project received City Council designation as a community benefit project on October 13th of this year. And slide 2, so no final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. And this requires Planning Commission review for approval of development plan and compliance with project compatibility analysis, as well as the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, and outdoor lighting design guidelines. And we last saw this July 27th. Okay, looks like we have our applicant here. Welcome. Let's read through the board comments from last time. So this was just a list of comments from each board member. So Mr. Olson found the project appropriate and agreed with Mr. Whalen's comment regarding the 2-story glazed entry, which he would like to see a reduction in the visual impact of the ramp. On the major entryway, the large glazed 2-story opening works against the Santa Barbara character. You would like to see the shape, scale, and size studied further. Okay. Mr. Black felt the landscaping would be a complement to the building. Mr. Six finds the mass spoken scale supportable, suggesting studying the girth, depth, and positioning of the tower in between the masses. Okay. And I'm sure we'll get into all of this with the applicant. And were there any other comments on this? That was it. Okay. Okay. If the applicant could introduce yourself and then take us through your changes. And just as a reminder, we have a 15-minute timer there in the upper right. If you could keep an eye on that and try and keep your presentation underneath that, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, I will do that. Timmy, we can probably go to the next sheet in the set. So this is our basic site plan. The majority of the project remains the way that it was when you last reviewed it. We've been working with Flowers and Associates to figure out all of the SWIMP standards. This has been submitted for DART review. So what we're looking to get from the ABR today, hopefully, will be the compatibility findings so that we can move on to Planning Commission. And once we are done with Planning Commission, then we'll come back to you for project design approval and continue to evolve the building. So there's still certainly design work to do on this. This illustrates the two large oaks that are being preserved. One is a street tree along Bath. Bath is on the left there. Junipero is below us. And then the large oak that you see the outline of that is sort of straddling the property line. We've added an accessible exit to the trash enclosure. That was one of our comments in our first DART submittal. We also show a loading zone for UPS type trucks there off the public alley on the left. Next slide. So as Chair Moore mentioned, we have 2 levels of parking underground. So it's pretty amazing from that standpoint. I'm sure we're going to come into a lot of rocks in the process of doing this. Next slide shows the other level, which replicates this level, essentially. We can go to the next slide, Timmy. So again, the first floor plan, next slide. Second floor plan, which is essentially a repeat of the downstairs, except for that one wing to the north, which was a sloping roof when you last saw it, and it is now a flat roof so that we can make that green roof to help with our SWIMP calculations. Next slide. And this is the roof plan. We are accounting for some solar panels on the south-facing slope of the roof there on that access down into the parking garage. Next slide. So these are the elevations. They're a little dark, I apologize, but we have modified that entry element so we have considerable more mass above it. I think when we get into the design of it, we will want to look at the articulation of that opening, but right now it is a very large recess. I think we have it set back 2 feet. And this entrance is below the adjacent elevation at Bath Street. So there is a slight ramp that comes up from the corner to get to this entry plaza. And then below you see the west elevation, which is the alley elevation. And obviously the trees that are being planned by Arcadia are shown on these elevation views. Next slide. I didn't really intend to completely obscure this. Hopefully the views will tell you a little bit more about this, but really there is going to be ample street tree and planting in front of this building. And I think as we talked about the last time, it really is intended to be a very simple, rational medical office building that maximizes light and air into the building and is compatible with this neighborhood. Next slide. This illustrates the ramp down into those 2 levels of underground parking. So actually, the way that this plan has worked, it really has facilitated a nice flexible floor plan for the pediatrics group that will be occupying it, because it creates essentially 4 distinct wings. So that's actually been really a nice feature of this. Next slide. Another section, next slide. Probably have another section as well, but this illustrates those 4 wings that I was just describing on the first and second floor with that drive aisle in between. Next slide. So here are the views which illustrate the building from Junipero. I'm sorry, from Bath, and kind of from the crosswalk across Bath Street from where the Knapp building is today. So I think reducing the size of the glazing on that opening does help immensely. We do want that because it is predominantly north facing. We want that to be a large amount of glass so it brings in nice light into the entry of this. And that will be a 2-story volume in the entry space. You can see also on the lower view there, you can see the flat roof portion that I mentioned that before was a little shed roof. And again, that will be a green roof portion. Next slide. This is it's all sandstone, by the way, all this base, although it's not rendered particularly that way, but that will all be native sandstone. And we're anticipating that we're going to find a lot of it when we go digging. So you'll have an ample resource for that sandstone. The middle view here shows the alleyway side, and it shows that ramp that is going down to serve the trash enclosure from that exit. And then the loading area is beyond that. Next slide. And that's the landscape plan. So Justin, are you on the line to review?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So for the landscape, the changes that we picked up since last time are all on the east corner by the trash enclosure and the accessible route. We've basically moved or picked up a Schefflera tree and the other corner, the opposite corner. The upper left of the page, yeah. So we've responded to the trash enclosure as well as the accessible ramp by just moving the trees and shrubs and ground cover that we were previously using to respond to the planner outlines. And that's basically the outline of the landscape changes.
Okay, if that's it, Justin, I think, Chair Moore, I think that I am done. As I mentioned, what we're hoping for today is that the board can make the compatibility findings to send us on to the Planning Commission. And then we didn't talk about this the last time, and I think one of the sheets that I think was missing from our set, but we had it in our last set, was the photographs of the neighborhood. I apologize for that not being in this set, but the energy building for the hospital is directly across Junipero from this building, and it is a 60-foot tall building. So. And then, of course, directly across the street is the Knapp building, which is, somewhat in the character and was something of an inspiration really for this building. So we would like to request that the board make the findings that not require story poles for the project. I think the story poles really are something that is unnecessary for this project because we don't have any public views associated with it. And frankly, as you all know, it's a lot of money for something that I would rather the hospital be able to use for other things. So I'll be happy to answer questions. And did it I gave you 5 minutes extra.
Great, thank you. I don't know if staff is able to pull up the photos that they provided last time. It'd be, I think, if possible, it'd be really helpful just to flip through them really quickly. Let's see if Timmy can work his magic here.
Yeah, I apologize that it wasn't in our submittal in this set.
Mr. Chair, it looks like we would be able to pull them up, but we might need a brief recess in order to do so.
Okay, how brief are we talking?
I would say 5 minutes. Timmy, if you could just turn your mic on and let us know if that would
Is it
suffice.
possible to do public comment before, and then if there's any public comment, and then while
Let's
that's
try-
working,
we can try that. I don't know how much that will stall it, but Timmy will be working on it in the meantime.
Great.
And go ahead, Timmy, if you have
I'd
anything.
just like to add, Mr. Chair, so with the way public comment works, I can't do anything while public comment's going.
That's true.
So
Of
I
course.
would need a brief,
Sorry.
like 5
Got
minute
it.
recess. I can find these things. So it's up to you.
All right. Well, I'll leave it to the applicant. Would you like us to take a brief moment to dig up those photos, or would you like us to continue?
I would defer to the board. I mean, obviously, we feel, it is important. I mean, we feel certainly the building is compatible with the neighborhood, and I guess I would defer to the board members as to those who are familiar enough with the site and whether they would need those photos.
Sure. I'm pretty familiar with the site. How about you, David?
I am too, but I think if we're gonna entertain getting findings, I think it would at least be helpful to pull the photos up so we can use that for reference. Please.
Fair enough. I'm going to go with that. So let's take a 5-minute recess and come back, and we'll have those photos.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say I did locate the supplemental plans and the
Great.
study, I think it was from last time. So I'm assuming it's in one of those two things, if the applicant's able to clarify from the July 27th hearing. Yeah, it looks like.
It would be in the July 27th. The photos are in the July 27th set to me.
All right. Does that look familiar? Okay. So it looks like no delay required.
Perfect. Good job, Timmy.
All right. So if you could walk us through these
So you can
photos quickly.
see in these aerial views, we've got the subject site outlined in red. So on that one upper left slide, you can see the energy center that is on the right there. And the top of that again is at the 60-foot height limit. Across the street is the Knapp building that you can see across Bath Street there. So in the upper portion, and then beyond that, by the way, is the Knapp parking structure that was built. Let's see, next slide over, same kind of, you can get the same building vantage point, but from the north, kind of more like the east. In this view, you can see just a half a block down is a similarly massed building. That's the outpatient surgery center for Cottage Hospital. Let's go down to the other lower images. So in the slide there on the lower left, you obviously can see the hospital building that is beyond the energy building. You can see the Knapp building in the foreground and kind of get a sense again of that very simple Spanish colonial revival style. Of course, the hospital in the background as well. And then finally, in the slide that's to the right there, I think we can begin to see you really can't, it's interesting, you can't see it, but as you all are probably aware, right behind the energy building there is what's called the Pueblo Commons, and that is a large three-story building that is medical offices. Then I think our next sheet is the neighborhood views or so these are just on the street. That one in the upper left is looking at that alleyway. So that's the corner of Junipero and the alley. Those ficus will remain as street trees and will be supplemented per the landscape plan. Let's go over to the right. Look at the next slide. So this is from the corner of Bath and Junipero. And of course, that corner is going to be carved out from the parking structure below. So we're going to be able to plant in Mother Earth there a fairly large specimen tree. Let's look at the other two slides. I think we've got one from the alley and then one that is looking basically along our northern property boundary. And one of the important things I didn't point out, you can see the street tree oak there that we are making a special effort to preserve relative to its critical root zone in the parking structure. And then you can also see that larger oak in the background there along the northern property boundary. And one of the things that is nice about that oak is it has forced us to step the building back away from what is then the predominantly one-story neighborhood to the north. And that's a big reason why we stepped the building back with that one-story portion there along the northern boundary, and basically kept the two-story portion of the buildings back. Let me see exactly what the dimension is. Yeah, so the two-story portion is back 20 feet from that northern property line. So hopefully that helps. So, Mr. Chair, I think I'm done with that.
Great. Great, the photos are helpful. So, all right, so we will open for public comment. If there's anybody in the public who would like to address the board about this project, follow instructions here on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon, and that indicates that you wish to speak. You only need to click it one time, and a raised hand is indicated by a red arrow pointing down. And at the moment, Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody who's raised their hand. In the meantime, Mary, did we receive written correspondence, please?
Thanks, Ellen. We did not receive written public comment for this item.
Okay, and still no hands raised, Mr. Chair, so please back to you.
Okay, we will go ahead and close public comment and move on to questions from the board. David, do you have questions?
Actually, no questions.
Okay. Dennis, questions?
Sure, Chair Moore. Forgive my naivete, but what will be the process after this review? Will the project return after subsequent stops at planning and for more of our input, or is this our last opportunity? Thank you.
I don't know. So we will have further looks at this in the future. Dennis.
Yeah, if I could just add.
Sure.
This is concept review still, and so you are making comments to the Planning Commission. And so the Planning Commission will be doing its thing, an environmental review. Assuming the Planning Commission approves the project, it will come back to you for project design approval. So that will be the critical decision that this board will make. However, there will be at least 2 additional reviews. We intend to come back in progress with the drawings in a design development stage, and then you'll be able to review all the final design details when we come for final approval.
And Mr. Kernall, could you please share your webcam when you answer questions, please? Thank you.
Sure. Sorry.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's very helpful to to know what level of detail we should give today rather than just commenting on the neighborhood compatibility to move the project in that direction. Thank you.
Yeah, today I would, just to put this in your process, this is for the board members, this is really about mass bulk and scale, general design appearance of this project. Does it fit within the context in the neighborhood? And can we, or could we in the future make the compatibility analysis findings? So think about that as we're going through this. Okay. Richard, do you have questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Brian, I noticed on your roof plan that you had the roof wells on the topmost floor, the same poche. That's an old fashioned thing, but it's the same poche as your green roof at the first floor. Are you intending to do green roof there? And I would think that would be, those wells would be chock full of equipment.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Six, we are going to have a small amount of green roof on that flat roof portion inside the parapets, just to minimize the amount of storm tech chambers for the stormwater management. But we actually have done, and we'll be able to show you this when we review this at a PDA level, but we have initiated mechanical design for this, and to make sure that we don't have any line of sight issues with the mechanical equipment. And there is ample room in addition to that green roof for the equipment we're anticipating.
Okay, it kind of tangent to that, Brian, do you need more pitch or height to your mansard roof in order to make the wells deeper? They seem pretty shallow in the sections, and if so, would that not be appropriate to give grace at this early time to that idea?
Well, I've got the roofs at 4 and 12 now, and traditionally that's what I would like to keep them at. We theoretically could go to 5 and 12, but as I said, we have reviewed with the mechanical engineer. I will tell you that they first gave us a couple of larger pieces of equipment that were very tall and would have been visible and would have required that increase in roof slope. But we're going to more smaller units, which actually ends up working better with the zoning for this building, because we really want this to ultimately be flexible. So right now, the mechanical units that we're anticipating are not going to be visible, and they're pretty much at that parapet height. They're just a little bit taller to where they won't be visible from anywhere around in the public arena.
I just asked so I wouldn't get stuck later, and so because I think it's a very graceful 4 and 12 and very, very handsome that way. And then I think, Brian, just for everybody's understanding, the energy building, it has that significant shed roof off of the 60-foot tower. What is the relationship of your parapet, your mansard roofs to that shed roof of the energy building? You have kind of an idea?
Yes, actually the eave, and I wasn't, believe me, I wasn't trying to withhold any drawings from you guys, because the DART drawings, which I'm looking at right now, do show that relationship. So I just want to check and see what the actual parapet is. I believe the eave of that sloping roof that you're describing is about 3 or 4 feet taller than the eaves that we're proposing for this building. So they're sort of relative to one another, but the one in the energy building is taller.
Okay, that's,
And
well, thank you. All right, thank you.
Hey, Mr. Black, any questions?
No questions from me.
Okay. Let's see, is that everybody? Did we lose Mr. Olson? Is he still out there?
Can you see me now?
I can't see
Yes,
you.
we can,
but-
Mr. Olson.
Oh, we can hear you.
I can see you, but we definitely have your audio. But
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Go. Oh, there you are. Great.
I do have my audio on. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I have no questions.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess my question would be from what we saw last time. I don't know if it's possible to bring that up. That might be another long exercise, but can you describe any other? Oh, there we go. Is that the previous plan set?
yeah, maybe we could just go to the first floor plan and I can just really describe primarily what happened. You can actually see here the entry that was commented on before, the height of that glass. I think that was a good comment because the glass was very
It's a little
tall.
skinny up the top. Yeah.
You can see that sloping roof that is now a flat roof off that north side. And then really the building shrunk a little bit in size to facilitate that accessible ramp at the alley side to serve the trash. So the building actually reduced in size by a little bit. If you recall, when we reviewed it the last time, we were actually requesting a parking modification for, I think, 3 or 4 spaces. So now the project as it is submitted to DART is not requesting any parking modification. And we basically shrunk the building to meet that parking requirement.
Okay. And is there any difference in the roof line at this, other than the little shed, the one-story shed roof?
No, it's predominantly the same. Again, and as I mentioned with Commissioner 6, that's a 4 and 12 roof slope, which I think is nice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you mentioned sandstone base. Is that the site walls that are running around the building?
Correct.
Okay.
Timmy, if you can go to the site plan or just any of the first floor plans or site plan, we can kind of look at that quickly. Go back to the plans. One more. That's it. That's good. So you essentially those walls define the outline of the parking below. So those are all raised planters over that podium parking. And as I mentioned, with the exception of the corner where that is actually Mother Earth there. And then of course to the north where the oak tree is. But everything below. So those are all going to be, 3.5 foot average, 3.5 foot high sandstone walls that will ensconce that planting area.
Okay. And then the little loading zone, that's a new element. Is that correct?
Well, we had it before, but transportation commented that they would like to see it a little bit larger. It really is intended to just be a space for a UPS truck or FedEx truck to be able to pull off out of the alleyway. But
okay.
it in the process of shrinking the building, it did widen a little bit to make it better, give it better access.
Okay, and then directly across the alley from that, what structure is that? What type of structure?
Directly across the alley, it is a 1-story medical office building.
Okay.
So it's a converted, it's a house that was converted.
Converted, great.
Yeah.
Okay, those are my questions. All right, any other follow-up for the applicant? Any questions for him? No? Okay, let's go to our comments? Who would like to start? Anybody?
I have
Let's go
no
with-
comments.
All right, well, Leon started with no comments. Great. Mr. Watkins, your comments.
Thanks, Shermer. I think it's a really nice project. I think even just having to add, the circulation for ADA considerations, it's always tough with a commercial site, and I think that actually enhanced that corner lot, which is really nicely done. The sandstone's gonna be a nice band around the perimeter, and I think overall your massing and materials relate well to a lot of the architecture, the dominant architecture in the area. And I think even just that really simple plaster line between the two floors helps break up that massing overall without having to step it significantly. So I guess, yeah, overall, I'm supportive of the project. I think the changes you've done so far are very well executed and thought out. And I think most importantly, I think being able to fit the parking down underneath the entire site like that really changes the overall quality of the work. So it's a really nice project.
Okay, thank you. Dennis, comments?
Well, thank you, Chair. I think the size, bulk, and scale fit into the neighborhood very deal of compatibility. I think their designer is to be commended for doing that job so well. I think the only comment that I can make of any significance at this point would be along that Junipero alley that you just mentioned. The two-story separation appears to disappear down the parking ramp. And I think for a pedestrian's point of view, walking by that parking ramp is probably the low point of the experience around the building. So to that end, I would continue that reveal, if you will, that's on the second floor sill. You see there in the middle drawing, it appears to disappear once you're on the parking ramp. And then I made the comment before last time that these parking ramps can really ruin the whole effect, and that if there were some sort of gateway or arch or something out at the street level or pedestrian level or something to frame that would reduce the visual impact of the alleyway. Those are the only two comments I have.
Okay, Mr. Black, any comments?
No, I continue to think it's a very handsome building. I think this would be a great addition to the area. That's all.
Okay, Richard, comments?
Yes, I concur. This is a very handsome building. It's a good example of less is more. I think that it's easy to find and appreciate the extreme efforts here to the double level underground parking is an extensive effort to make this fit into the neighborhood so handsomely. I have no problem finding compatibility findings. I don't think that story poles are necessary at all. Just two minor comments, Brian, that I think what you did with the height of the lintel at the entry tower opening is good. It just seems like it needs a little keystone or something up on that blank lintel. And going along with board member Whalen's idea of the low point, looking down that deep, skinny, austere driveway, I wondered if some kind of high lintel going across as on third floor between the wings would help mitigate the view down that austere space. I think you understand what I'm saying. So that would be it. But other than that, very handsome building.
Okay, I agree largely with all the comments. I would definitely agree that the trade-off with providing all of the parking below grade, I think the trade-off to allow for a very efficient structure with not a lot of ins and outs and the more traditional massing elements that you would normally see in downtown, I think is a good one. So I too think that the project is compatible, or I could make findings for compatibility in the area, and I don't think that story poles are required either. So now we can't obviously give a PDA at this point, but we can indicate in our motion that the project, or we feel the project is, we could give this compatibility analysis at this point, and that we can continue this to the Planning Commission for their comments. So that would be my recommendation as a start of a motion. So does somebody want to craft a motion?
Yeah, Kevin, certainly I will. I would make a motion to send this to an indefinite continuance with positive comments to the Planning Commission, that the board, Kevin or staff, do we have to preliminarily read the compatibility analysis items at this point, or can we just say it's that we find it generally compatible?
In the past, we've said, provisionally this, we've read how it meets the compatibility analysis. I see the applicant waving his hand over there. Brian, can you 30 seconds? If we could unmute Brian.
I believe staff, I'm sorry that staff wasn't here. We do need you to make the compatibility findings for the Planning Commission. So that's a necessary step. And then we also do need you to make the findings that story poles are not required.
Right, we've got that. Okay, thanks. Sorry, Richard, I'm gonna jump in here before we move on. Can staff give us some info about that? In the past, we've been able to say, provisionally, we think this meets the compatibility analysis, and we've read them. Is that something we can do, or do we have to actually make the compatibility analysis?
Chair Moore, can you hear me? This is Tony Bauman.
Yes.
I was just standing by. I didn't necessarily have any comments from the board, but I was standing by for questions. So what Mr. Cornell just said was right. In our DART review of the application, with regard to story poles, we said that we would defer to the ABR whether they thought they were necessary or not. And we are looking for comments regarding the project compatibility criteria and a continuance to the Planning Commission.
Okay, now when you say comments, do we have to make the full compatibility analysis findings and go down the list?
Yes, you should comment on each of the criteria. They're not findings, they're criteria for consideration by the ABR. Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I can add just one thing to that, it is very helpful for the Planning Commission if you, when you make your findings, to give them some indication as to why you can make that finding, and these are comments that are being provided to them so that they understand your perspective on where the project is. So,
okay,
it's okay to read them, but if you could add some or elaborate on why the project needs these, that would be very helpful, and it will, when it comes back to you, it'll be helpful for you as well.
Okay, thank you. So, Kevin, if I may continue with my motion? Okay, so the board finds that the project is compatible with the neighborhood and it has and meets the project compatible criteria given number one, as far as the board has been made aware by staff that the project fully complies with the city charter and municipal codes, that the project's design is consistent with the guidelines applicable to the location, as the design has a Hispanic character that is similar to the several of the surrounding buildings. The number two, the project is compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood for the same reason that it is that its Spanish character is compatible with the major adjacent buildings. It's also a two-story building, which is a median height, given the adjacencies of the median height in comparison with the adjacent buildings. It is number three. It is appropriate size, mass, bulk, height, and scale, as because of the foregone comments on number two. The board is unaware of any adjacent. Is what is the building to the north, to the east, Brian?
The NAP building, and that is a structure of merit.
All right, thank you. It is sensitive to the adjacent building of merit, the NAP building to its east, as it is again of a Hispanic character, but a very simplified Hispanic character, which does not conflict and is appropriate to the NAP building. Number five, there are no public views of the ocean or mountains which are affected. And number six, there is ample appropriate amount of open space and landscaping. So,
okay.
And the board, another comment to the motion is that the board finds, given the familiarity with the surrounding buildings and the size and so forth, that there's no significant issue requiring story poles. And the board looks forward to the refinement of this very fine design.
Okay, do we have a second to that?
Second.
Okay. Oh, that was Leon, I think.
Yes.
Second by Mr. Olson. All right, any discussion? No? No? Okay.
I don't know if we need to mention the minor concern about some kind of softening of the view from across the alley of the internal space. I think we can do that later and the applicant can take that as a suggestion without any recordation of it.
It's up to you. You can
No.
add it to your motion if you'd like.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, with that and no more discussion, let's take our vote.
All right, thank you. So we have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
Yes.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Yes,
Board Member Watkins,
Yes.
and Board Member Whalen.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. Can we take a 2-minute intermission? Stretch the legs. All right.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Kevin, it's Leon.
Yes. Hi,
I'm
Leon.
going to, I just got some advice that maybe I could kind of clear things up if I would get out of the meeting and then rejoin it. So I'm going to do that now. I'm still missing about 10 or 15% of the conversation. So I'm going to do that now.
Okay. Okay, great.
And just with the chair's request, if I could ask others to just verify if they're back, and then we can get started and keep things moving along. Right.
I'm back.
Good deal. Thank you. Excellent. All right. I think, Mr. Six, did could you turn on your webcam just to check if you're back? And, all right, just waiting on Mr. Six.
I'm back.
All right, oops. Perfect, thank you, Mr. Olson. And Vice Chair Six, are you there? He might be joining us momentarily. It looks like we have quorum, but
okay.
Oh, here we have Mr. Six just joined us. Okay, thank you. Thanks for confirming. All right,
Okay,
please,
and
back
Ellen,
to you, Mr. Chair.
Ellen, before we jump back in, any idea of any public comment for this next item? Any numbers?
So I can tell you that we have 9 members or 9 people who are attending the meeting, but a good portion of them are part of the applicant team. So I don't anticipate a really long public comment, even if we have some people who are interested.
Okay, so it's 4:25 now. I would probably rather give them something like 20 minutes instead of the 40 that they requested. I mean, that's still a long presentation. So,
Okay.
Let's
Kimmy
jump
will
in.
be working on the just getting the timer set up for 20 minutes. And we have Heidi Jones, Christine Perrone, and Courtney Miller as panelists who will be representing this project.
Okay. All right, if we are ready, we can move on to item number 3, which is 121 East Mason Street. And this is back for concept review and is a revised proposal for 4-story mixed use development in the coastal zone. And the project entails demolition of existing structures, except for the 523 square foot silo and construction of approximately 198,774 square foot mixed use development on a 2.1 acre site in the Funk Zone. A total of 155 residential units are proposed, 29 of which would be affordable, with a proposed density of approximately 74 units per acre. Project is proposed under state density bonus law and includes concessions for development standards waivers. Proposed non-residential floor area totals 18,104 square feet. A total of 228 parking spaces are proposed, 116 residential and 112 commercial, using a combination of standard spaces, mechanical lifts, and valet service. No appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires Planning Commission review for a coastal development permit and a tentative subdivision map. And this project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, as well as the urban design guidelines and infill design guidelines and outing design guidelines, outdoor lighting design guidelines, and was last year, July 13th. Okay, if we could have our applicants on screen. And I won't read through all of the comments, but in general, the motion indicated that the mass bulk and scale of the building was getting close to being supportable, there were concerns about the street frontage massing in areas and other comments like that. So if you could introduce yourselves and walk us through your changes, and just we heard your request for additional time due to the length of this process and possible public comments. We can go to a 20-minute timer, so that's been noted there in the upper right-hand corner. So if you could try and limit your presentation to that, we'll have time for comments or questions, etc. So, all right, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Moore. As described, we have our project team presenting today. Myself, Heidi Jones, the planning agent, Courtney Jane Miller, landscape architect, and Christine Perrone, architect. Just real quickly, since we last saw you and received, positive comments from you and the Planning Commission in July, we have submitted our DART application, which is under review. We had a second neighborhood outreach plan presentation meeting last week. We're look forward to going through the project changes with you today as we move forward to get the board to make the compatibility criteria findings and design guidelines. And I'll give Christine all the rest of my time.
Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Chair Moore and the board. We'll go quickly. We do hope, again, this is a large project. We do hope you will give us some grace time, but we respect what the decisions have been made. So, I want to start with thanking you. We had a very long hearing the last time. I think it was 4 or 5 hours long. And I was deeply impressed as an architect and as a person with the integrity and thought that went into it on the part of the board from Richard, 6 many detailed comments to you, Chair Moore, and you used a word that had been in my head throughout the whole design process, which was frenetic. It was exactly the word that has been the thing that I'm worried about, like making sure that this design balances what is a whole block. It's a whole block project, so it's interesting, but not being frenetic. And so I was deeply appreciative of that. And I have other comments about everybody, but in order to keep our time down, I'll move forward. But one is to just thank you. We're also here, we are looking for the board to be able to make findings so that we can move forward to Planning Commission. Or if you aren't ready to make those findings, we are asking and looking for very clear direction on the changes that you want to make so that we can move forward and get this project back to the Planning Commission. That said, can we please move to slide 8, please? And zoom in tightly to that plan, please. Thank you. It's going to take half our time to zoom in and out. So many of the things that we did was we really pulled back a lot of the project from the streetscape as had been suggested, directed from this board. And it was a good comment. So you'll see if you go along Gray Avenue, and you'll see it more in elevation. We really broke down that corner elevation from being a big brick factory building to, we broke it down into a more residential scale that relates to our neighbors, but also I think addresses some of the comments that the board made. And so you'll see here on the ground floor, we pulled that back 3 feet from the property line where before it had been up to the property line. And you'll see on the second and third levels, we pushed that thing back 9 feet when it had been up on the property line. So there's significant pushback there that we did. And those were the words that we heard was push and pull, a push and pull on that second and third floor. And we really heard that. It was great comments. We also, at the water tanks, we pulled those back a few feet. At that corner where the kind of midway, you'll see that has been pulled back so that that becomes a deep landscaping pocket. at the garage, pedestrian residential garage. We also scaled back that architectural element that is the lobby of the residence, that we really, again, pulled that back a lot. And most importantly, and I think this was the point of focus from the board before, was that corner of Gray Street and Mason. And we had a very large cantilever out over that space. And you can see here in this plan, the dashed line, where we just have a little bit of cantilever. And we've actually introduced, Nicole and Courtney have introduced this beautiful, like, landscaped, treed corner on that corner of the project, which is, I think, I agree with you, it's much more successful. Very similar moves on Santa Barbara Street, but to save time, if you have questions about them, we did a lot of pushing and pulling, and we think it's much more successful, but I'm gonna move forward. And just quickly, let's hop to the next page, please. And zoom in, please. And there at the corner of Santa Barbara and Yananali, that lower left corner, that's what I'm talking about, where we also pushed back that architecture and created decks. So there's a little bit of a one-story street presence relative to the one-story garages that are across from us. But let's go ahead in order to save time. And let's go ahead and go to page 13, please. I'm just going to go straight to the elevations and trust one back. Oh, I'm missing a sheet there. I should have. I should have an A200.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just see A201.
Okay.
It's the first elevation sheet.
It looks like it was lost. Go to A202, please. Which is 15. Thank you very much. Oh, there it is. So can we please just zoom in to the elevations? Thank you. Oh, zoom out a little bit, because again, I just want to reinforce this idea of what that building on the corner of Gray and Yananali is doing relative to the scale of the projects next to it. And you can see it was purposely designed to be of a scale, a different identity, but of a scale that's very similar to the Paling Wine Building. And we think that makes a nice bracketing element. We think it fits well with the scale of that architecture, but we wanted it to have a strongly different identity, because that's important in the feng zone to keep that texture happening. So I'm going to skip around a lot here, and I think we made a lot of changes, and I'm going to trust, in order to keep our time down, I'm going to trust that the board has already reviewed these and have seen the changes that we've made here, especially along Santa Barbara Street with that pushing and pulling, and the changes in the materiality. And I think that was the other comment and discussion from before, was getting the materiality of the architecture back in line with a funk zone kind of aesthetic. And so we went towards these taupes, these grays, these kind of rusted reds, the brick, and we think that's much more, we completely agree, that works best. And what we also want to talk about quickly is the points where you see color, the bright blues, the bright pinks. These are just references to what will be in the future some unknown mural that artists in this community that will do. Because in the end, these buildings are in some ways canvases, and we want that texture to be there, but we want to make sure you understand that that's what those are. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Actually back, these are backwards, that's the problem. Back, thank you very much. And if you can zoom into the upper elevation. And here, if we start from left to right on the west elevation, Gray Street, here you see like on that corner, we really broke down that scale of that brick element. So you see now it's a much more slender piece of brick architecture with, and you'll see, you've noticed, I'm sure already on the other elevations, those kind of indications of design and detail that will happen, the concrete headers, the concrete plinth headers, all those little details that are really going to make the difference. I completely agree with this project. So you start to see that happening here. I think what's important as well here, because we really listen to our neighbors across the street from us on Gray, is one, that pushback. So you see that we push back the kind of taupe color ground level next to the brick back 3 feet. And then the second and third floor, we push back again, an additional all the way 9 feet. We also looked at that, what had been an open stairwell. And you can see there, we even closed it. And we carefully staggered that stairwell so that it created a 1-story and a 2-story break in the architecture, which we think really helps to break down this architecture. And some of the things that I think the board was seeing is like breaking down that 2- and 3-story mass with these kind of pieces. So we saw that stairwell as really working to accomplish that. Then just going across the elevation towards the silo, you'll see again in that more light cream colored building, we're starting to do some brick headers and sills, and we completely agree. All of that kind of detailing is really going to matter, and we are really looking forward to working with the board on that. I see I'm running out of time, so I'm going to scoot on towards, can we go forward to the views, please? And that is sheet 17. And let's just quickly zoom in on the upper left. And here is the corner view of Yananali and Santa Barbara Street with, again, we've broken down the scale of that architecture to be much smaller to relate to our neighbors across the street. And can you just scroll down, please? Thank you. And here you see, like, this is where we really pulled back, and that was a really good idea, to really pull back that piece of architecture. And what we did relative to, on the second and third level, what we did is we said, look, we want to like think about what is that transition between the original Weber Bakery and the new kind of structure on top, that 2- and 3-story. And so you'll see in plan, and I'll trust that you'll go look at that. We really held that back to allow for sizable landscape planters, because what we wanted it to be was the change, the shift from new to old to be landscaping. And we kind of indicated here, but also what you see is that nice, beautiful, like open plaza on the corner that we did not have before. And I think that was a great point from the board from before. I'm going to leave you to look at the rest of those views, because I know we also had requests to have some animation. And I'm just going to do one to make sure that Courtney and Nicole have 5 minutes. I'm going to just do the Revit one, please. It's called Revit. And there are other animations available, and certainly all of the requests that were made from the board have been acknowledged. You'll see in your package, we studied the views from Cabrillo Street. There were most of the things that you asked for, we did address, but I'm afraid with a 20-minute time frame, we don't have that kind of time to really do that without Courtney and her team having time.
sorry for the interruption, Mr. Chair, and to the applicant. It looks like that video isn't working. I'm getting an error saying this portion of the webinar cannot be viewed on your device, and it looks like other staff's having the same issue. So I'm not sure if we want to go for one of the different videos instead. I was a little worried about that because that was provided in 4B format instead of MP4, which is what we typically need. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry that we did it this morning. We ran through it this morning at 9 a.m. and it works. So we felt it was going to work. How about Courtney? Let me, Chair Moore, what about this? Can Courtney do her presentation? And then if we want to see the walk arounds, we can do them later?
Yeah, I think we definitely want to see the animations if possible. So, but let's move on to landscape.
Great. Thanks, Christine, Chair Moore, and board members. Timmy, could you go to, I think it's page 20? If I remember correctly, yes. So first page here is our tree disposition plan. Because we're so limited on time, I won't walk you through it, but basically we have a number of existing trees, most of which are not protected species. We're removing about half and we're protecting or relocating the rest. And we have approximately 68 new trees proposed as part of the design. So next page, please. Can you zoom in on the plan? So this is our preliminary landscape plan. I'll just quickly walk you through the changes that we've made since the last meeting. In general, the goal is to provide a walkable, visually appealing, and engaging landscape that helps provide continuity at the ground floor and improve connectivity by linking a series of courtyards to create a more porous block. So since the last meeting, generally we've refined and further developed the design of all of the open spaces. We have plans now for not only the ground floor, but the upper floors as well to share with you today. We've adjusted our style of renderings, as you'll notice. So that's intended to reflect the weathered textures and reclaimed materials, which we do intend to use in the design. We added a pocket park along Gray Avenue, which you can see on the bottom of the plan. And in general, the goal was to make Gray Avenue feel more residential in scale and in design. We also added a pedestrian connection from Yin and Alley Street into the middle of the project. So you can see that on plan left there. In the interest of time, I won't walk you through, what we presented at the last meeting. So I hope that the board member that wasn't present has reviewed the tape. And let's just go to the next page. So these plans, you can zoom in on probably the top would be good. Top here is the second floor, and then the bottom is the fourth floor. On the upper levels, these areas are intended to be communal spaces for the residents of the project. So these are private spaces shared between the units, raised planters, trellises, stormwater filtration, small trees, lots of layered plantings. And then on the plan right there, you can see that elevated planter that Christine mentioned on the corner of Gray and Mason. So let's see, if you could scroll down to the lower part of the plan. We also have a rooftop lounge courtyard space on the upper level of the project. So that's what you see here. This is intended to be a more intimate space where residents from different units can have slightly larger small gatherings. And then the imagery at the bottom helps describe kind of the look and feel of these spaces. We're looking at using warmer materials like wood and corten. So let's go to the previous page briefly, and if you can zoom in on the plan. So the last page we have to share with you today is a series of renderings, and this is sort of the bulk of what we wanted to share with you today. And what they'll do is kind of walk you through an experience of moving through the project. So I just want to point out, if Timmy, if you could hover your cursor around the silo on the lower right of the plan. So we're going to start there at the existing grain silo, and then why don't you move your cursor up to what's called the gallery, if you can, and then that's where the second rendering is from about that point. And then just under those cables, you keep going down the corridor. That's the third one. And then moving on up, looking back towards the workshop, that's the fourth one. So let's go to the last page, please. And if you could zoom in on the top left. So starting here, we're standing at the bottom of the existing grain silo, and you can see the existing rail spur off to the right in the foreground. The idea with these renderings was, again, to kind of walk you through the space, help you understand what it will feel like, get a glimpse of kind of the landscape design, hardscape design that we're looking at, and help you get a real feel for these spaces. So we're looking at a really textural plant palette. I think one of the big changes we made since the last time we were here was also to generally add more planting to the project. We want to get vines and grasses and trees and have these spaces feel very comfortable and almost lush, and get the plants like vertically up and overhead as well. So if you could go to the image to the right. So this is in the first courtyard space we're calling the gallery, looking east down one of the corridors. And this is a really interesting space because it's open to sky, and it's just, we have an opportunity for trees and other layered plantings here. So you can start to see the vines growing up onto the building on the left. And then let's go to the bottom left image, and I'm just wrapping up. So this is looking down that same corridor, and you can see we've got vines on cable wires overhead, string lighting, more layered textural plantings, and this part of the building is also open to sky. And then to the right, kind of more of the same. This is looking back towards the garage building, or what Christine calls the art garage. And this is kind of one of our most exciting spaces. I think it's hopefully where people will communicate, collaborate, connect, and interact with one another. So I think I'll leave it there, and I can address a lot more of the design, I think, in the questions, hopefully.
Thanks, Courtney. I'm just
Any
gonna.
success with the walkthroughs or the renderings? Getting those working?
Yes, the file format that we submitted was the MP4. I know the title name said the Revit, but it is the correct file. I sent it, I double checked it, and would not understand why it's not working. So could we try again?
Mr. Chair, and to the applicants, pardon my interruption. So we have them listed as M4V files, which I understand is similar to the MP4, but if I could ask Timmy to come on and verify if that's feasible. Sometimes they have added protections. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be an error for this particular webinar.
Thanks, Ellen. We did run it. Because we were worried about this, we ran all of them this morning at 9 a.m. with the tech check. But maybe there's something different between how we ran it at the tech check and now.
I think that might be the case, and Timmy might be able to explain that. And I just want to see if he can comment if there's any, if he has any ideas for playing the video.
Sounds good. Thank you.
To the chair and then to the applicant, I believe what happened during the tech test is someone, they just did it like playing it directly on the computer versus the way we do it through the hearings is it gets embedded in the actual webinar stream. So if I do it by just playing it from my desktop, it ends up lagging pretty gnarly most of the time. We ran into that issue in the past, which is why we've gone through the direct embed approach. I'm not sure what happened with the conversion, but I can tell you that at least in the file that I've been trying to play, which is the M4V format, which I'm not totally familiar with. It uploaded fine when I did a preview prior to this hearing. It appeared to work, but now I'm getting an error. So I don't have a whole lot of guidance to provide beyond getting it provided in something that's MP4 format, or we can go through the other two Google walkthroughs, which I think will work.
All right, so question to the applicant. Do you want to do what we can at this point? This is unfortunately the way things are these days. So apologize for that.
We understand totally. Maybe this is a good idea, actually, anyway, because I understand and we deeply appreciate that you guys put in, I think it was like 5-hour review last time. We deeply appreciate that and understand you do not want to do that again. Maybe we should go ahead and just acknowledge that this project needs a few reviews, like now, and accept the fact that we're going to come back in 2 weeks and look at the things that we haven't, because I know we have not had time to even talk about everything that, the changes that were requested of us. Does that sound like a reasonable approach, Chair Moore?
Let's ask, I mean, I want to make sure we get through public comment and we at least get some questions answered and give you some feedback. So it's not just a one-sided presentation. So the question to staff would be, is there room on the schedule for this project to come back in 2 weeks?
Thank you, Chair Moore. Unfortunately, there is not room in the next full board hearing on the 16th of November. We already have 4, possibly 5 very large projects on that agenda.
Okay. All right, then, Chair Moore, I would request if you accept this, I don't know, I think, can we look at the walkthrough? That's the Revit walkthrough. I think that one should be okay, unless I'm mistaken. It's called Revit.
So to the chair and then to the applicant, that's the one we were trying to play before. That's in the format that's not working. The two that I also have that should work are the Google Simulation Block Walk and Google Simulation Freeway Views Update, which are both MP4, and I'm pretty confident will work.
Thanks, Timmy. Can we go ahead and do the Block Walk version of that, if that works with the chair? This is a Can you hear me while I discuss this?
Now we can.
Oh, great, thank you. So there was this request that we take the walkthrough from State Street, and that's what you're seeing. And we're coming up on the project now. And the Revit version that we're having trouble with was just the kind of cleaned up version. We certainly understand these Google Earth ones are, difficult to understand from the layperson's point of view. So here we are coming up on our corner. And as we're going through this, it seems slower than normal. I will tell the board that I think the other concern was our view from Cabrillo Street. And we did provide a page of studies in the package that show not just from Cabrillo Street, but from the parking garage as well. So here we are going down Santa Barbara Street, and you can see how we've really kind of pushed the architecture back from the street more, a lot more one-story street presence along Santa Barbara Street here. And this is that big break that we talked about, that big paseo. And here is still our big, that's a huge one-story street presence that we have where we're keeping the existing roof of the loading dock. And then we're going to come around. And here we go, coming around Mason. And you can kind of see, it's interesting because you can see the existing red brick wall more than our modeled one here, but that's what we're keeping. And here you can see the scale of the buildings around us, the large office building that's on the other side of Gray Street. And then we're kind of coming up Gray Street here. And so here you can see we have a piece of architecture. We preserved the silo there, and you could see how we opened up the corner. And then we pushed back the architecture quite a bit. And it's, I acknowledge it's weird. We have a Hayward's truck there stuck in our building, but you get the idea. And then here as well, you can see the scale of our building relative to the Paley Wine building is very similar in scale, and how we push back our building. Thank you, that was a big help.
Okay, and then did we have another one that you wanted to do? Those freeway views? Is that worth?
The board saw that before, so unless you want to see it again, we just kept it because it was requested of us. And otherwise, you'll notice on 8205, we did them as screenshots, thank goodness. Because,
right.
And I think the point here is, I can take a second, Chair Moore, is even from Cabrillo, we actually went out into the parking lots to get better views because it was really hard to see this building from this vantage point. So we just found the views where you could actually see it, and you'll see on that lower line of images, we put in red circles where you're seeing the proposed building. I can go into it in detail if it's helpful. If you want me to go into detail, I'm happy to.
Sorry about that. I think I cut out.
That's okay. Should I go into detail or leave it go?
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay.
And do our public comment and questions. So let's open public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could just ask the applicants to turn off their webcams during public comment. And I just want to apologize again for the confusion about the video. Just for future reference, we can take MP4 files, and I'm sorry that it didn't work in this scenario. So again, our sincerest apologies. If you are joining us by webinar and wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and that will indicate to me that you wish to speak. Right now, I have Emily Morrill. I'm going to unmute you, Emily, and if you could please unmute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. Emily, I'm going to send you there you go. It looks like your microphone is live. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Emily Morrill. I'm a current tenant at 121 Mason Street. I've got an art studio there, very familiar with the neighborhood. And I have a lot of concerns about this project. In general, the scale and massing for this particular block with no outlet at the end. and whether the surrounding neighborhood can really handle something of this scope. I have a lot of concerns as well about the functionality of the art spaces that are included. I won't get into that too much here, but I also wanted to mention that I think story poles are going to be really important for this project. In the renderings, you don't get a sense of what these buildings would actually look like when you're standing on that corner. You know, particularly the Gray and Mason corner. I think you'd probably have to be standing on the other side of the train tracks or even in the parking lot to get that view. When you're standing there, it's going to be very different. Couple other things. Just wanted to mention about the brick wall on Mason Street. It's not the entire wall that's being preserved. Looks like it's about half of the existing wall. And I have a handful of other concerns. If I have this right, there's a 6-foot gap in the main alleyway. It pinches down to a very narrow spot at one point. Safety at night in these public spaces that are open in this area could be problematic. Looks like the main pedestrian entrance on Yananali is also still going straight through that large parking garage. That could be problematic as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
And at the moment, I don't see any other hands raised, but I would like to ask members of the audience, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon. Mary, did we receive any written correspondence, please? Mary, you're still muted. Sorry, we're not able to hear you.
Sorry about that. So we received one email from Solvin Israel and another one from Neil Israel. I also received a letter from Emily Morrill that just spoke, but it was received after the public comment deadline, so I will distribute it to the board after the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And Mr. Chair, we don't have any other hands raised, so please back to you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go to questions from the board.
Actually, pardon the interruption. I just had one thing to, last time this project was reviewed, Board Member Watkins was not in attendance. I just wanted to clarify if Mr. Watkins has had the opportunity to review the plans and the video and minutes from the previous meeting.
I did. It was a good 9 hours, so I got through it all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so why don't, David, do you want to start with questions? Do you have any?
Sure. If we can go to the landscape sheets, I thought those were pretty helpful. Ms. Miller, do you mind walking through from, I'll say ground level, but it's really sounds like it's level 2. Walk up where the open space areas occur within the site from, let's say, I guess, base level of residential up to the 4th floor? Or I'll rephrase it, is, you know, look at the base level of the residential units are elevated, right? Because they sit over the parking structure. So from that level up, how does the landscaping and open spaces work within the site as you move up the floors?
Chair Moore, Board Member Watkins, thanks for that question. So we had another graphic that describes the circulation, but I'll try and walk Timmy through it. So there are a number of ways to get up to the 2nd floor. The main one as a resident that I think most people will use is through the central lobby, which is at the bottom right-hand corner of the plan. There's an elevator interior of the middle building just above the word the silo. So there's 2 double doors there that go out to the corridor. And that's like the residential lobby. He could go up that elevator. There's also the stairway under the silo. There's another elevator up towards the workshop space there. And then 2 others on the easterly, or the northerly building, which is plan left. But were you asking about literally how someone would circulate from the ground floor up to those those common courtyards on the second floor?
No, I mean, that was helpful, but what I'm looking more for is, let's say you're standing on the common level, area like what you're showing right now, and you look up to the sky, what areas would actually be true open spaces from level 2 or from project ground level all the way up through the sky, basically uninterrupted?
I see, open to sky. So if you can see, there is a dashed line that indicates the upper level. So you can see it there. And yep, there. So
Courtney,
you can go to the next page and stack it.
Courtney, I may help. Sorry to interrupt, but I think I could help visually with this quickly. And that is G011, which is page 3, has color graphics that may help this a little bit more.
Let's stick with the landscape though, because I'd rather kind of see what the landscape palette's doing right now as we move up.
I see. I see. I thought I was trying to answer your question of what's open above. My apologies.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And so the intent was basically anywhere we have trees is open to the sky.
Can we go to the next sheet too, please? The floor above, I'm sorry. There you go. Can you walk through these?
Sure. So the courtyard on the left, there's a triangular space, on the upper right corner of that, just to the right of that tree. That is the courtyard below. So that big white space. So that courtyard overlooks the lower courtyard.
Okay.
And then the space on the right, you access just, from the elevator and then down the corridor. And it is sort of internal to the building. And then you can see plan right, there are 2 kind of triangular shaped spaces, one underneath the word courtyard and one just below and to the right of that. Those are open down to the ground level.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, greatly. Thank you. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. And then if we can go back to, I think, the G sheets that you were about to go to, Christine, that would be helpful, I think, to look at the circulation. And I think some comments that came up last time were pretty spot on with the approaches or the alleys, the start of the alleys as they feed into the project. So can we walk through these to see, or can you show me if any of those elevation entry points got enlarged in any way, or they got manipulated between the last review and this one to widen those alleyways or to make those approaches a little bit more inviting?
Hi, this is Christine. Thank you, Board Member Watkins. That's not how we understood it from our prior discussion, and certainly this is all up for discussion still. Project's very long. We understood a lot of concern about the openness of those alleyways. So if we zoom into the upper right corner, please, that plan. We understood there was a lot of concern about the fact that they weren't open to sky, and we actually took a lot of effort so that we opened all of that to sky in a much bigger way than it had been before on these interior spaces. Is there opportunity to widen some of those alleys, paseos a little bit? Sure. If the board feels that's necessary. I feel that we've broken down the scale of this building quite a bit, but I'm certainly open to your point of views.
Okay, thank you. This pinch point that was brought up by a member of the public and last time too, I think it occurs right there off the corner of the parking lot. Yeah, thank you. Was there any exploration that was done between the last meeting and this one to look at how to resolve that in any way?
It is, I think, one of the most exciting parts of this project. And I think in some ways, we all need to think about this project a little bit differently than we do other projects. The experience matters. And these kind of interesting pinch points are actually some of the things that are the most exciting and dynamic. It's still 6 feet wide. it's hardly small, but it creates an amazing experience about this project that I think we all believe in strongly. So could we resolve it with other means? Sure. I could put some openings there that open it up to the garage, things like that. But I think, and I would ask the board to think about this, please, is it's not all about, it's about interesting experiences. And if you believe in it, and I understand if you don't, but if you can believe in it, a pinch point like this is incredibly dynamic, and I would ask you to please consider it.
Can I add something to that too?
Sure.
Sorry, Board Member Watkins. I just wanted to add that I didn't get to say this in my presentation, but the design of these, what we're calling alleys intentionally, is intended to really feel like the Paseo network that we have in the downtown core. So the scale of these spaces and the relationships between the buildings and the spaces between, as Christine said, I think is really exciting. Those are some of, I think, the most interesting spaces that we have in the downtown core, are those little, that network of passages that you don't often know are even there, and then you come upon them and it's really fun, and you don't know where you're going to end up. So that's sort of what we were after here, and I agree wholeheartedly with Christine about the pinch point. We think it's a really kind of quirky, interesting moment in the design. So. I also will add too that we have increased our square footage of open space, sorry, since the last meeting. So that is a significant change to the design. So we now exceed the requirement.
Okay, thank you. The silo that's mentioned in the beginning where the stairwells are now occupying, I was confused from the last presentation. There was different words that were used for it. I think one was reimagined. So is it being rebuilt, or is the existing silo remaining? Because I'm curious how you're going to elevate or cut off that bottom part of that foundation, but still keep the top of it.
That's a great question. I think that in a part of the original presentation talked about the history of the silo. It had been open at the bottom. I don't know if it was open on all four sides, as you're alluding to, or if it was open just to let a train car in on the south side. But I suspect, largely suspect, structurally it was built to do this. Now, will it
I
need...
meant more with the way the design is right now, it's a solid structure that's sitting there, and it's, it's just the door, the single door, and that's about it at ground level. But on your rendering, the bottom portion of that, let's say floor or so, is kind of being cut and exposed, so you can see that stairway now, and it acts as a destination point.
Correct.
Silo above being kept, or are you rebuilding this structure? Because I'm curious, with such an old structure like that, what's that structural system in your mind going to look like supporting what's remaining if you're going to keep it, or if you're rebuilding it, what's that going to look like with that support assembly structurally exposed?
That is an excellent question. And it's actually why in my thinking, I went to a stair for this, because of the best chance of preserving this existing piece of building. And one is it was originally designed open at the bottom. It was actually open at the bottom. The train car went in underneath. So I believe pretty strongly, and if you stand there and look at it, you can actually see the crack in the plaster of where the infill has happened. So I feel pretty strongly that this is going to work. This is a successful approach for preserving this existing architecture. And two, that is why I purposefully, as a designer, thought, in order for this to work, I need to do something that is freestanding. And we can put in a steel stair that may buttress parts of this structure for seismic. And that will work. So you're spot on in your thought there. This has been largely thought about. We are looking to preserve this original structure. Exactly.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to the elevations, I think maybe page 17. Okay. Thanks. And then if we can zoom in on maybe the longest elevation right in the middle, I think. I can't read it from its, yeah, thank you. Oh, right above it, actually. Elevation 2, the Yananali elevation, please. Awesome. So it's hard to see the floor plans don't have any north arrows, but I'm assuming from what I can remember that on this elevation, the left-hand corner at that intersection of Yananali and Santa Barbara Street would be approximately northeast. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And so some of those elevations showed that, what I'm going to call like the gray building, I think it might be shown as like wood siding right now or something on the right at the corner. Is there ground level outdoor spaces for those commercial spots right now?
Yes, exactly. That corner of Santa Barbara and Yananali is kind of an open space largely. What we're thinking of it as being is a board form concrete on the corner. And you'll see if you look at we don't need to go to it now, but you'll see the references. And I'm sure you already know about the references for this kind of industrial factory architecture of framed concrete structures that get infilled or not. And in this case, you'll see here, we're showing it as open. So it is a 2-story structure and 3-story structure, but it is decks and open space. That's really eroded out.
Okay. And then this, since you touched on it for a minute, this board form concrete, is that being replicated in other parts of the development as you move into the site? Or is it just acting along the perimeter?
Right now, its focus point is here on this corner. You see it gets picked up in the detailing, of course, of the brick building next to it with that header and that kind of really classic factory brick architecture where there's a concrete header and concrete detailing. And yes, we would expect to be picking up this materiality throughout the design. You're absolutely right. I think from our prior review, we really took home the idea, and it was completely correct, was we wanted to look at our palette. And there's one sheet where we kind of show our palette. And our palette is bricks, board form concrete, core 10 steel, galvanized metal, some plasters in kind of buff colors. And so I think that we've really condensed our palette towards that approach. And I think you're going to see that as we move forward, develop.
Thank you. Since we're on this elevation too, this might be helpful. You have large fronts of glazing, which is, I think, really nice at ground level. I think in most every place. But on this elevation on Yananali, for instance, what's the header height of those big storefront glass systems? Or I guess maybe could you walk by elevation what the average header heights of those headers for the glass?
Sure, absolutely. So the ones to the left, I believe those were 9s. They may have been 10s, but it's that height because of I know the floor-to-floor height there. And that's what we're showing. The ones in the brick building, and we actually have a cutaway showing how this works. We want to float a whole storefront system past the floor line to create those kind of industrial looking scaled openings. And some of those will be empty. I think Board Member 6 really talked about this before. Like, yes, some of those will be empty voids, some will be colored glass. And that's a continuous head height, I guess, is what you'd say there is our ideal if we can do that and get get the board members to agree with that, with this idea.
And then do you mind moving around the other elevations to kind of call out what the ground level header heights are, please?
Sure.
Could we move down to maybe the next elevation on page A202 and enlarge that one for her, please?
Yeah. And I think I can speak in general. We're looking at 10s overall, 9s and 10s, depending on what we're doing at that elevation is the typical.
Okay. And then one last question for Courtney, please. Could we go to, during your presentation, you had a little, an intimate outdoor space kind of developed on the site. I think it's towards bottom page right on one of your landscape plans. Can you talk back on that again a little bit more, please? Maybe just get a sense of the overall, I think it was in plan view when she was, thank you. Yeah, it was back there. I think it was in a higher level. I think it might have been a residential, private outdoor. Thank you. Bottom plan feed.
Yeah.
What's the overall size of that roughly of that gathering space? Yeah.
I'm thinking. I believe, well, those benches are 6 feet, so, 30 foot square or so, 30, 35 foot square.
Okay.
And again, it's not intended to be, a huge space, but big enough for small gatherings for the residents of the community. There's a shade structure indicated and a barbecue counter, some seating areas, potentially a fire pit, all recessed and set back away from the parapet. So on the bottom of the plan there's some triangular shapes and against the edge of the building. Those are intended to be raised planters to help kind of set this back away from the street. And then we have green roofs throughout the project as well. So there's just one rendered here. And we like the live roof panels. They're pre-grown and you set them in and they're beautiful from day one and simple to maintain. So that's probably what we would think about for the green roof.
Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Those are my questions, Chair Moore.
Okay. Who's next? Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm so disappointed to not see your gorgeous walkthrough on, but anyway, it would have been very fun. Where are you with the story polls? Are you going to attempt to do that, Christine?
Thanks for asking that. We were discussing one last effort to try to convince the board to maybe not consider those. But if you do feel, from our last review, there was a straw poll, you felt we needed to do them, and we'll honor that, of course. We would be asking to do the story polls in conjunction with Planning Commission. And I know that puts you all in a difficult place where you need to make findings to let us go to Planning Commission so that we can put up the story polls. But we hope that you can get to a place where you feel comfortable enough. And I think really we can get there story poll wise, if that answers.
Yes, it does perfectly. Can we go to sheet, I don't have the sheet numbers, but the architectural sheet number 100, the ground floor. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right there. Christine, I noticed that as opposed to the earlier rendition, you've closed up a lot of the openings along the public art garage, both especially between it and the artist's courtyard and the walkway down to Gray and mid wall also. I was kind of excited about the serendipity of looking in and out of the garage and giving the garage more breathing room. Was there a technical reason, fire or whatever, that, or an aesthetic reason that you've chosen to close those up?
It's been an ongoing discussion about whether those are art walls or openings. Richard, thank you for asking. I think we can get around the fire hazard issue because of, we could do coil doors that drop. I feel pretty good about that. It's just been this ongoing kind of aesthetic discussion about more wall for art versus more wall for openings. And we're happy to have that ongoing dialogue with you all.
Yeah, maybe there's a compromise between the two. And on the same floor plan, just curious, the gas meters that are along the Southern Gray Avenue portions of that garage and the trash, those are going to be stacks of residential type meters. So it'll be all over the wall.
Yeah, and I think that's something we should, you know, I'm really deeply interested in this project about integrating these pieces of our infrastructure into the design. And as you know, we're limited to 2 stack, right? But I think that there's an opportunity here to make that fun and interesting. So I'm not afraid of these at all. And if we feel that they don't work, well, we can house them.
Okay. On Mason Street, are the, just a minor question, are the windows in the old bakery in front of the valet garage going to have to be different fake windows than the original windows in the bakery? Or can
I don't know yet. I mean, we just went ahead and mapped the original across, and I think what we might do there, honestly, is just make those openings might be a little bit more honest, like keep the opening size but not have a window. And this was your suggestion, and I think it was a really good one. And I think there's like a long discussion and an interesting way to think about how to use that interplay of existing and new. So
yeah, good. Just a point of, just to note that your small, on the same plan, your small store on Gray, there's no door. That might be problematic if you're can't get in there.
It's a really good, it's a good rental rate.
So can we go to sheet A113? There, and Courtney can also attend this. There is a significant court on the upper left-hand side. There is a significant court there that I would have assumed would have been included in some of the landscape opportunities, but I didn't find a commensurate landscape idea on that. Is that intended just to be a bare court, or was that an overlook? You see where I'm talking?
Yes, thank you, Board Member 6. We didn't do drawings for this level, but that is the intent. Everything that you saw on the 2nd and 4th floors, we would be doing similar, you know, designs and ideas for these courtyards as well. And the one that you're referencing has a stair, I think, on the left, plan left.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and that would overlook the entry, you know, down on the ground floor into the garage.
Yeah, so that's just some that will include landscape, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And all of the upper level will have raised planters that will accept and filtrate the stormwater. So most of these spaces will have raised planters that help to treat the stormwater as well.
Great. And back to Christine, did you, I'm sorry, I skipped, we have to go back to the ground floor, but did you widen the alley between the public art garage and the arts collaborative there on Santa Barbara Street? It appears that it's wider.
Yeah, it's a little bit wider. It's not dramatically wider, but we did widen it a bit. Yes.
Okay, that's what I sensed. Is there any logistic reason why the doors of these very small artist studios, the double doors on the artist studios in back of the loading dock, can they open out to give the artists some more room?
They sure could.
Okay, and then last couple questions. In the elevations overall, your fourth floor is grayed out, but can you tell me what I guess I see one part of it as the Corten siding, and then the rest of it as plaster. And
Yes.
what are your color color ideas there?
So the thinking there, thank you for asking that question. It came up before. The idea is to keep that fourth floor super simple and just kind of bring up some of the materials into that space. So it is mainly a language of large openings, large kind of steel, or whether it's Arcadia windows that look like steel, kind of openings in a factory sense. With plaster, and then we did bring up some of the Corten steel. We brought up some of the kind of grayed weathered wood, and that's the idea, is to keep it super simple with that.
Okay, and then just one very minor last question. The fish scale motif on the ochre portions of, like this Mason elevation, the gabled end, is that a painted motif or a tiled motif, or
Wow.
you know where I'm talking?
Absolutely. All of those kind of mural elements are really just indicators of what some future artist might do a much, much better job than I could have done on imagining some of these kind of murals. And I guess I need to get back to that idea. These are canvases for the future. This building is going to grow into itself, because that's what the Funk Zone's about in a lot of ways. It will grow into itself as artists put their murals onto this building and their art pieces. All we can do at this stage is kind of allude to it.
So it could be more than paint.
It could be more than paint. And I think that's where I had on sheet 16, a local artist and architect, I'm sure you know, Cass Ensberg, was so excited about this project. She presented some ideas. She was really excited and said, I could imagine some things on the silo here. And I think it's really, I loved what she was doing here, because these were maybe bent metal panels that are colored. It's a color balance kind of study.
All right, I'm gonna step in here. We need to focus on the architecture of what we're looking at, not the what ifs and the could be's, unfortunately.
Okay.
Any more questions, Richard?
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else have questions?
Yes, I have two questions.
Okay, Leon, please.
So could we look at the rooftop plan so that I could get a little review of the sky views? So I got a little confused on how that works. Now we should be able to see clearly where the sky views are that go all the way to the first floor. on this plan, is that right?
Yes. Yes, you can. Well, yes, largely. I think, I think, Board Member Olson, you had some really good points before about that alley between the big.
Well, hold on, before you go into that. So Leon, does that answer your question or do you need more clarification in the drawings?
I need more clarification.
Okay, so let's focus on the question. It's getting late. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Good. I appreciate that. Zoom in, please, a little bit more tightly into the core of the project, because I think this is what Board Member Olson is referring to. And we did certainly, I remember your comments, and we really studied this a lot to open it up. So if we start page right, and that kind of triangle, it says slope metal roof, the big one, and that had been a lot more closed down. We really opened up that, so it's those two big triangles that you see, those are all open from sky all the way down. And I think that's going to be a really exciting space. And then if we look at green roof, page, yeah, exactly. And then to the right of that, we really opened that space up as well. It had some cantilever, it had some enclosement. I don't want to say that's open just where your hand is. I don't want to misdirect here. That is open to the podium deck below. That's to the second floor. So I just want to be clear about that. But yeah, that space to the right of your hand is all open all the way down to the floor below. So we did really hear your comments and opened this up quite a bit from before. I think that's what you're asking. Sorry if it's not.
Anything else, Leon?
Yes, so I'm still getting interruptions, so I missed part of what Christine said there, but I think what I could solve my question is that the next time we see this, perhaps that could be illustrated a little easier or better for us to comprehend that. And I have one more question.
Okay.
I'm not sure you're hearing me because I'm getting quite a few interruptions, but I was wondering about the murals. Are they temporary or are they permanent? These artist touches that you're putting around, are they permanent?
So before you jump in there and answer that, let's again, these are just suggestions that they put on the drawings. We shouldn't really focus on them at all. Let's try and just look at the architecture and not the murals that they're putting on. Okay, that's for somebody else to worry about.
Certainly seems like it influences the architecture of the building.
Absolutely. But we're here for mass, bulk, and scale and the aesthetics of that. The mural program is a separate issue. Anything else, Liam?
No.
Okay. Dennis, questions?
Yes, I have one question, and it really relates to size, bulk, and scale. Christine, a number of times, 6-8 times, you kept referring to pull the building back, pulled it from the corners, pulled it from the streets. And I looked at the drawings over and over again, and I'm sorry if I couldn't follow you, but I couldn't really find where it's been pulled back. So as a brief question, is there any reduction in the number of units or the square footage that resulted from pulling back?
Yes, briefly. I mean, I could go through all the places we pulled back and the reductions.
Please do not do that again.
I understand. We reduced 2 apartments that you'll see. that pulled back on that corner of Santa Barbara, I'm sorry, of Gray and Mason Street. And that really opened up that corner. We lost those units. We reduced a lot of square. I don't have the numbers for you, but yes, we did reduce square footage. And
2 units and their full square footage. That would answer my question. Thank you.
All right, anything else, Dennis?
No,
Okay.
that's the only question, Chair.
Okay. Anybody else with any follow-up questions or clarifications? Nope. No. Okay, great. Let's move to comments. So if we could have all the board members back up on screen, the applicants can turn off their video. Great. Oh, sorry. David, did you have any questions? Or Mr. Black?
No, I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so comments. Who would like to start? All right, Mr. Watkins, go ahead.
I'll start, at least I can catch up to the comments you guys have already been giving in the last 2 meetings. I think I'll start with the things that don't work first and then go to the things that are working well. But I will qualify at least by saying, overall, I think getting a project of this kind of program to work in a site with so many challenges and so many frontages is, I think, beyond difficult. And I think your approach about locating the parking garage in the central core and then wrapping the commercial and residential around it is super effective. And I think that scheme in itself works really well from a program standpoint and relating to the surrounding areas. I think that is one very clear aspect on the site. What's still problematic that I don't think was really heard or considered is that the elevations, for one, along all the frontages didn't get refined or pushed back in a way that is significant or noticeable. The alleyways, I think, are still very narrow, and you can see that. I think if we can go to the A200 elevations. Well, no, let's stop here for a second. I think this came up last time too. Sorry about that, guys. But if you look at page left, that particular entrance right there, it's still problematic that for the size and the height of that building, it slams right up against the property line, and then you have a pretty narrow opening that's meant to bring people into the site, and then you're kind of forcing them, or not, you are forcing them to cross to the public garage to experience this, what's being called the artist's work court. And I think that's a circulation path that is very different and kind of counter to what other areas of that immediate community and what those sites actually are currently functioning are, because they're all very frontage oriented. There's a garden and a 1-story house that's down in the bottom left corner near Metropolis. I think that's completely wiped out, so that open space is gone. And you're replacing it with these narrow alleyways that are in itself, they are interesting because the way you guys have manipulated so much work and form to work on the site.
That's it.
But they also create these problems. I think one is a huge problem right there. And there was even a motion that was created last time that was a majority that said that the massings at the frontages were still problematic. And so I don't see how these alleyways leading into the site have been resolved or even enlarged in any way. And I was looking for that on those overall elevations, and you only get these little slivers really, across a couple hundred feet of frontage in some instances, and you get a very narrow chute there. So I don't think it really is effectively drawing in public or even residents in a way that could feel safe. One of the people that lives there on site right now noted correctly that 6-foot pinch point right there is problematic. I think it's problematic from a safety point. I also think it's problematic from a life safety point, I should say, from possibly creating dark spaces at night. And it's a little uninviting, I think. So I think there are ways you can manipulate those forms on those structures and maybe react to that a little bit better, but still capturing that interest that you are evoking, which I think is important not to get lost on. The bottom right-hand corner I think it's super effective. I think it's engaging in a sense. It draws people in, But what's not really shown here in this image too is that that silo is actually a solid structure that goes up several stories. It's not just that open stairwell like it's showing. So really you have this openness, but from the street frontage, you are going to have that silo acting as a blockage in a way. And I think you either have to decide whether you're keeping it and really ground it, or do something with it that's different, because right now I think just chopping it, it actually loses the essence of what makes it a silo, which is probably on that corner especially is one of the most vivid parts of that site that I think is really strong that you guys were attempting to keep that. But I think the cuts into it start to make it lose its character that was already there. So I think by this idea of authenticity that was brought up in the last meeting, it gets lost. And I think that's an instance where you're cutting into something in such a way that it's no longer authentic. The other corner, you know, the garden and the one-story house, that's an authentic part of that corner. That's getting wiped away. There's other parts that are being reintroduced, but you're bringing in what Chair Moore pointed out last time is something that's new rather than keeping elements of what are existing there, pushing back off that frontage and then building up the structure the way you guys need to. So I would invite you to kind of look at that silo and really decide. For me personally, I think keeping it grounds it more effectively because it is such a dominant element of that existing site characteristics that it needs to be, I think, maintained, whether you tie into it or you pull away from it and separate it and have it stand on its own. But I mean, right now you have this note where the OC industrial looks like it's a commercial frontage is right there. I think even something as easy just cutting back your square footage on your restaurant form in that corner right there and opening that up significantly, and then offsetting that commercial square footage to the other side of the silo. Well, now you've opened up that space in that corner a lot more dramatically than you are right now. And there's not this small pinch point that you're creating again on the elevation. You're not really losing square footage, you're offsetting it in a way. And I still think most importantly, that public court doesn't get diminished. It actually allows people walking by who don't know this site as well as you and I do from seeing it from bird's eye view. They're going to see and they're going to wander in there more frequently, like the Funk Zone normally operates on the weekends, as you find a little alleyway, you walk through it, and all of a sudden you're past Lark and you're getting something to eat in the bakery. You know, these little moments that you talk about, I think the perimeter is kind of working against the site still, to be honest. And so I think there's ways you guys can manipulate the square footages, reveal more on these corners, which are really nodes in your project. There's a big one off near the beach at the backside near Mason. There's this corner. There's the other one where I keep pointing to near Petropolis. Those are natural nodes because people are filtering through there all the time. And your perimeter, I think, isn't capturing that just yet. I think your material palette's pretty strong, and I think it actually is really great if we can go to the A200s now, if that's okay. I think your forms, as they relate to the stories above, are very well delineated and broken up, and the massing separated and dispersed. And you actually have a really interesting roof line, which I think is really important to show these masses as respective and individual of each other, even though they are part of the same site. So I think that's actually done pretty well when it comes to the upper levels and how you have that juxtaposition of material and roof lines happening. But at ground level, when I was asking those questions earlier, for instance, of like your headers for your windows, you get a lot of glazing, which is great for those storefronts. But that walkthrough, I think that Google walkthrough really showed that when you're walking down there, you're walking past this 2-story building almost right away without any frontage relief. There's no deep patios. There's no, you know, even on the southeast, southwest, or, you know, I guess northwest corners, those are prime time for capturing sunsets, especially for where you guys are located. And I think the only patio that you guys have is that northeast corner. That's going to be the coolest corner of the spot. And again, you're not really engaging and carving into your site to open up these alleyways along these elevations to really get the internal part exposed a little bit. Like you're talking about coloring, you know, the parking lifts. You can't see that in a lot of these ways unless you're standing in some perfect position, most likely inside the site. So I think the way this is going to be more effective is you start really taking those comments and those motions a little bit more serious and looking how you carve into those alleyways and exploding is a bad word, I think, for this, but carving into those forms around those openings and getting more of a, I guess, yeah, sculpt of a way, or just offsetting of square footage, is because you have so many areas to put this, really, to get those alleys to expand out and feel safer and feel more inviting for people. And I think what that's going to do is bring back that human character that's missing from the project right now along the frontages. That's one of the most important things of the infill compatibility guidelines that I think is missing, is how do these new developments come in and complement the existing environment. And I think right now you have removed a lot of the existing environment. And then trying to say the idea is still authentic, it's replicating, but it's not authentic anymore. So how do we capture back some other essences like circulation, human character, scale? I think that's the only way you're going to be able to do this along the perimeter. And as you move into the site, those third and fourth story elements, those do dissolve a lot more because the person walking on the street's not going to see back in there what that fourth story is really going to do unless they're a few blocks away. At that point, the human scale isn't as much of a concern anymore. So the success of this project moving forward, I think, is going to be off those things, is really looking at that pinch. And 6 feet, I think, if you're at a one-story building, it's okay for a moment. I think 6 feet when you're looking at 2 to 3 stories above you, that's a little daunting, you know, and that's daunting in the daytime. It's going to be daunting for people at night who not only want to go through this space to go to their cars, but also who live there maybe. So that's, I think, the biggest focus from my standpoint that I think is still missing at this point that could be added, I think, very well. The private outdoor space, I think, is really effective to introduce those things. And maybe that's when you guys start carving back on those second and third levels along the corners to provide more sense of openness along those edges and provide more private outdoor spaces and relief of massing, because I think that was a really effective trick that you guys did right there, and it's going to get used by the people that live there. But even just adding a few of the more those in certain instances along those nodes, you're going to start pull back your massing again, and all of a sudden you're not having to lose this, the more desirable, the condos and the things like that back in the middle. So I think that's, in my mind, a very easy offset to achieve. And it introduces more greenery into a site where it is very heavily infilled. You get these very small, if we can go back maybe to the G sheets for a second, the open spaces in your ground level looking up to the sky is going to be very interesting. But if you really look at square footage compared to open space, yeah, any of these I think are effective. Can we go up to maybe to the next level, please? Sorry, level 2. I think that's where you really start to see that is level 2. It's a lot less, and there's a lot of square footage of paving and built structures, habitable spaces that are already there. So I do think there needs to be more attempts to kind of carve out open spaces, because you guys are still under, from my understanding, and you were under last time. And so I don't see a lot more being added, and you have the site to do it. I mean, so I think that's something to also consider. There was, I think I already talked about the silo, which I think for me is pretty important. And yeah, I would just finish off is overall, from my standpoint, the materials are mostly pretty consistent with what you find in there already. I think your guys' idea of board, floor, and concrete, the plaster, maintaining the brick, I think those work. The steel, personally, I think is a little off, and it stands out pretty significantly. And I don't know if it was really brought up a lot during the discussions earlier, but it's a nice material, and I think your vertical patterning of it is effective. I would defer to kind of get more ideas from other board members, but I think for me, it's very bright the way it reads in the renderings right now compared to the rest of the site, and actually just knowing what architectural styles are around in that neighborhood. There's Spanish style caddy corner. There's 3 and 4 or 3-story condos right behind those. I don't remember seeing that much Cortan, especially so exposed in such a long elevation. So if that was something that was important to you guys, I think on that corner, it is interesting to create that node and that focal point, but maybe how it's patinaed would probably be something we bring up so it's not as bright. And it looks like it's weathered in a little bit more. The Lucky Penny is a great example of something that had a shininess to it that's patinaed over the years, and it is one story, it's a little bit different, but the material itself, I think, is effective, that it's allowed to patina over time and not stand out so brightly. The brick itself has been brought up a few times in that particular corner. I think what's hard for me is that hut structure that I'm going to call out above it on those elevations. If we can go back to 202, I think shows it maybe. Yes, thank you. The second elevation from the bottom. Yes, thank you. I think the hut structure is interesting, and it definitely relates to a vernacular that was already there. And I think you're just repurposing it, and I think that's effective. A comment that board member 6 brought out last time was the roof line, I think, was giving it problems and appearing very bulky. I would agree with that. I think if there's a way, you guys are already going up with other roof lines throughout this project, 15 feet higher than that. I think for me to make that pitch more significant, whether it's bringing down the plate a little bit and starting the pitch higher, or whatever your guys' program is for that top floor of bringing it up even a little bit higher in itself, I think just giving it a steeper pitch is going to help it not appear so squatty, because it's pretty heavy. And I think it's interesting that you're taking this Quonset structure, for lack of a better word, and you're pulling it up, but now it's sitting on this, on the one corner, it's sitting on this brick one-story elevation, but then you wrap around, it's just a very flat facade. And like Chair Moore said, we have to look at these projects without the art on them, because we don't know what they're going to look like. So if I look at that elevation without that art removed, it's just a very flat plaster facade with very beautiful bow profile, and the glazing is very industrial. I think the glazing is really effective for this project, not just this structure, but throughout. But here, it doesn't stand out as, I think, any kind of significant form that's altered from the massing next to it, even though that material is going to be shinier. It just looks heavy, I think. And typically you see these roof lines start down from base level, like Telegraph, for instance, that starts right at ground level, and then the curve starts. It's very effective that way because you don't really see the height anymore. This, you have a solid wall line, and then you're transitioning at the very top to a very flat roof. So I would look at how that massing gets refined a little bit more, so it's less heavy. And I would just ask for maybe the next round that these elevations help with the art considerations, but I think other renderings that actually show the artwork removed would also help, because it's going to give a better understanding what these true finished faces are going to look like with the material that they have, the massing, the punctuations, the glazing, and things like that. And then I'll just finish. I think from what I saw from the video last time, and even the motion, it was pretty clear that story poles were asked. I think it's kind of a disingenuous of a strategy to say that you want to work with us, but then you're going to ask us again if we want the story poles once more, even though it was pretty unanimous. There wasn't any debate about it. And so I think it's surprising you guys are here again, but then there's no story poles, and you're asking us to consider not adding story poles, even though there was a motion for it. So I still support story poles. This is a huge project for the city and for this community, to ensure that the massing and scale actually works with this immediate surroundings. I think those need to stay up, and they need to be erected so we can see them. And I'll stop with that.
Okay, great. Dennis, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Chair Moore. I'm going to try to be brief and just focus on a couple of things. Ultimately, it seems like this project attempts to disguise the grade level parking with imitations of the surrounding areas, with some interesting twist to the plan of rotating part of it. Well, I think this kills any opportunity to make an interesting courtyard. Now, you've pointed out with a diagram that's on page G011 of portions that are open to the sky. What I think is more important is how much sunlight is really going to penetrate. The skewed angle of the alleyway represents a rough sort of north arrow. So maybe at 12 noon, some light will penetrate, but very, very little. This is a 4-story building. So ultimately, I think the courtyards are kind of a failure, and it's driven by the skewed parking block in the middle in an attempt to make it interesting. And you're going to end up with some interior courtyards that I think are real failures. One place in particular is where used to be sort of an open courtyard, and now it's for trash bins in the center. It's on the upper corner of the parking lot there. But to move on, the changes in fenestration, I think especially along Gray Street, are an improvement over the last plan. And I would hope that that variation would continue onto Santa Barbara Street, where I just don't see that kind of liveliness that you've achieved. And this might be well done by more variation on the window sizes, which seem to be pretty static, even though you're trying to define different buildings artificially, their uses. I think the window sizes and placements could be far more inventive than they are now. There seems to be a regularization within a certain small range. And tearing onto that, it looks like, well, there's been discussions about the finishes, and we'll get to that later, but right now it looks like just different sort of plaster finishes. I do like the handsome brick building on the corner of Santa Barbara and Gray. I think you've achieved something that fulfills the goals of the project, and I would look for that sort of success on the rest of the block. Thanks very much.
Okay, Mr. Black, would you like to go next?
I have to say, I pretty much agree with the comments that have been made by the previous board members. I have some concerns about the relative amount of open space. I can't help but think there's going to be, what, 300 people living here, plus everybody else that comes down to the funk zone, and I'm just wondering whether the spaces that are being provided really are adequate to the number and the density of people that will be here. I mean, it's easy to look at a plan view with no figures in them, but when you've got that many people living there as residents, plus the number of people that are going to be using the commercial spaces and bars and restaurants and what have you, I'm just trying to imagine what that experience is going to be like, particularly for the people that live there. People that come and go on the weekends, I don't think they care so much, but you know, as a legitimate place to live, I think it might be a challenge just relative to the density of folks that will be there and relative to the space that's being, open space that's being provided for them. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Richard. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm glad that David talks so long, so my comments won't be the longest this time around. And I have some disagree. I have bought into this project a lot more than others have. I think the refinements are very nice, and that the applicant has responded well to our previous comments. I think the open space relative to the density is, you know, a question, but I think it is a planning commission question, not an architecture question. I can't agree less with Mr. Watkins about the silo. I think that the silo is, you know, removing the bottom, as I understand it, brings it back to more on authenticity and its openness on the bottom. And I'm viewing this stair as a very translucent stair, and I would love to go under that and look up and invite it into the space beyond. I like the pinch points and the dynamics that the rotation of the center the center mass is created. I think that these are dynamics that are big and tall and exciting and dynamic. So I think that my following comments are not based on my concerns. The following detailed comments are not based so much on my concerns, but as much as my enthusiasm for the direction of the project. And I hope that these comments add to that positive direction. Can we go to sheet number 100, please? as I think this is, we could have, yeah, as I commented in my question, I think that I would balance the solid wall with mural with openings between garage and the mid wall in the garage and the carport and the garage and the artist's workspace, work court. I think that this garage needs to have some openness and blow through. And I think that especially the openings either side of the pedestrian walkway, at least the opening should be widened above the hoods of the cars, so it feels more open. I appreciate pulling the entry to the garage on Santa Barbara Street back as much as it has. You know, it was right at this property line before, and now it's pushed completely back. So if we go to the elevations, A201. In general, I'd like to see more variations in the window types, as Dennis alluded to, the window types and sizes, especially along this gray elevation. There, it's you know, I think that well, not only in the sizes, but in some of them could have a hierarchy of different mullions, some of them thick and then other smaller layouts of thinner mullions in some of the windows. I do understand and have studied the plan and appreciate the reduction of areas of the second and third floor massing, especially in the corner of Gray and Mason. So if we go to, I think we can stay on this elevation and zoom in on the Gray elevation, the wide one. Can we zoom there, Tim? So again, I mentioned that the window sizes need variation. I was disappointed to, in that regard, I was disappointed to see kind of the Bauhaus portion eliminated, where it gave a real, very different window pattern to that portion of the elevation. Also, if we could zoom in on that elevation, the first, reading from left to right, the elevation above. Thank you, Timmy. I think the introduction of the radical Bauhaus difference would help. There is kind of this too regular rhythm of the widths of the different facades, reading from left to right on the first four elements. And I'd like to see something move there, either in color or, as I say, a radical difference in one of those four elevation types to loosen up the regular rhythm. I think also on this elevation, there needs to be some study of maybe some cornices on some of these, what are beginning to look like modern boxes. Well, and I already mentioned the important radical reduction of the third and second floor at Mason and Gray, especially the radical folded black box. So if we could go to the Mason Street, the one below, I've already mentioned the reduction in the folded black box stuff that we saw before. If we could go to the Santa Barbara Street elevation. Yeah, I think that I like the refinements here. I think I appreciate the alignment of the alleyway, the northernmost alleyway, with the courtyard behind the artist courtyard. So I think that helps open up the courtyard to the exterior. I already mentioned that. And then on the Yananali elevation, the one above, I think that, as I mentioned before, the pale yellow elevation, the courtyard behind needs look at the landscape of that on that third floor, and perhaps a hipped roof here to open up that courtyard even more to the exterior, instead of a consistent back wall of a plain shed roof. And then my last comment on the brick massing, I think that's successful, but I think that there should be a hierarchy here of along those 4 bays. And I noticed on the plans that the third bay over from the left, the apartments are right up against the window glass. I'm wondering if that should have a different type of fenestration where it looks more new and it's all consistent glass, and rather than the flanking bays. I think you've got, Christine, I think you've got a photograph even on your image photographs of a building where you have windows that are in a different condition of repair. And I think that variation would help here. So those are my comments. In general, I'm liking what I see. Oh, excuse me. I think that there's on the third floor, I think you should keep that as light and as simple as possible, and that you should strip away the Corten siding on that and just have it all very pale white or very subtle nuances of off-white. Those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, Leon, your comments?
Yes, I noticed that I'm on my connection problems. What I usually lose is about 12 seconds. So if you bear with me, if I go out, know that I'll be back in 12 seconds. So, but I'm really positive about this project. And Christine, I think you've done a really fine job of thoughtful planning of this project. I'm very appreciative of the considerations that you gave to the board's comments on the previous meeting. And judging from the amount of comments this time, it looks like you didn't get it perfect, but I'm sure that you will benefit too somewhat from these many and some really helpful nuggets from what was said today. I very much appreciate the focus on materiality. I believe that's a way to connect to the funk zone. And I believe this does connect to the funk zone architecture. And I don't think it's going to be shocking to see these buildings. There's no doubt that they're very large and it's going to have a very large impact on the funk zone. But I think you're proceeding really well here. I will say that it appears that the project borrows heavily from the funk zone artist. And it looks to me like maybe you've allocated 2% of your project to the funk zone artist. And I would encourage you to enlarge that as much as possible and to help them with this affordable space, because it's going to take that for them to be able to stay there. I think that, let's see if I have, I think the corner of Gray and Mason Street, that is so much improved. I really think that's coming along very well too. And all the pushbacks, I think they were very positive for the project. So all in all, I'm quite positive about the whole project. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Did we get everybody so far? I think we did. Okay, my own comments are, I wrote them down here so I can remember. I think in large part, the response via the kind of the push and the pull and some of the changes that have been made to the elevation are successful. I think somebody also said this, that the window sizes at this point are a little monotonous and they could do with some variety in sizes. And along with that, I think it's not so much on, let's see, on Gray Avenue, but more so on the Santa Barbara Street elevation. The great majority of window head heights are similar. So even though the building is kind of going in and out a little bit here and there, the windows kind of betray those moves by, the ins and outs are trying to make it look like these were buildings built by different people over time and with different construction methods and materials and things like that. But when the window heights start to read very similar, it really betrays that attempt. So I would encourage you to look for ways to at least fool the eye and fool the viewers from the outside that the floor heights are actually different between all of these different buildings. And so I would encourage you to take that strategy all the way around the building. Let's see. I still have a real problem with the Mason Street elevation. The yellow building there on the right, somebody else said it as well, that just the proportions of it just make it look a little bit more massive than I think it really is. And I really wonder about that upper floor, it's just not quite resolved for me yet there. So I'm not sure how to approach that, but it's just coming across to me as a little awkward still. And then to the left of that, I don't know that this big, I'm assuming that that's supposed to be some sort of a Corten mass that's over the brick. To me, that just feels really heavy, and I think it's gonna also impact that corner, which I like that it's been opened up, and it's a sort of a give back to the community. I think that's a great move, and I think it's going to benefit that restaurant in that corner. But I think, you know, there's got to be another approach to that finish and that massing on that corner that's going to be more successful. I think what would be beneficial for the next review is perhaps a bird's eye view of this model to give us a little bit better sense of the three-dimensionality of it. I think that's helpful. The street views are really helpful, but you know, and I know it was maybe just a function of what we could review today, and I apologize for that. I wish we could see everything you had to offer. It was just the Google Street walkthroughs are really difficult to get a sense of what's going on, just with all of the artifacts from the street view images. So I really hope we can get your Revit walkthrough to work the next time, so we can get a better read on everything. And I would, as much as the murals are nice to look at, you know, at this point we really need to just see the architecture and the materiality and the mass as it actually is. So I would like for you to return without the murals on the elevations. And then I wrote down really quickly that I did notice that there's a transformer on the Santa Barbara street side that's just out in the open. Please find a location that's more hidden than that. And we really don't want to see that. So those are my comments in general. So I think it's generally improved what you're proposing here. I think the Yananali Street elevation is very successful. I think the massing on that elevation is good. I do, as I said, I think the Santa Barbara and gray elevations need a little bit more study. The gray is a little bit further along. It's got a nice variety of forms, and it at least appears in locations that, you know, the floor heights are different. And so I think that really goes a long way in my mind. So again, what I'm seeing is that the Santa Barbara street elevation needs further study and refinement, as well as the Mason Street elevation. I too also feel this project is of such substance and will have such an impact that we really need to see this in story polls to get a better sense of it. And I think the public deserves that as well, so they can have a better sense of what this is. Okay, those are my comments. So the applicant, oh, sorry, go ahead, Christine.
Hi, thank you, Chair Moore. I just wanted to mention two things. The applicant will be emailing the videos to staff, and staff will distribute those videos to the entire ABR board, so you guys will have access to those. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties. And the other thing was, I wanted to note for the record that board member Whalen left at 6:05 p.m. So he will not be here for the motion.
Okay. That's unfortunate. Okay. Does somebody want to take a crack at that motion then?
So, Mr. Chair, and staff, and perhaps applicant, what are we here for? Are they going to planning commit? Do they need comments to go? I guess what we need to do, I'm sorry, is to take a poll vote to see if this needs to come back or can it go on to indefinite, indefinitely to the planning commission?
Well, I mean, as you can see, their next stop would be the planning commission if we were feeling like we could make the compatibility
Okay.
analysis.
Well, I think I will introduce a motion that that we could, at this stage, you know, with all the exceptions that have been mentioned and concerns, but the overall project, I think, in my view, could meet the generally meet the I'm blanking out. It must be late. The
It is. It's compatibility.
The compatibility. Thank you. Compatibility criteria, and that we could send it indefinitely on to Planning Commission, given the idea that they've got a lot of hurdles and issues to iron out with the Planning Commission in regards to use and density and so forth. But I think we should help out here and get this on and go. So without that, I'll make a motion for indefinite continuance to the Planning Commission with the project compatibility criteria being significantly met, and with positive comments on the architecture, and that the materials used are good and appropriate to the funk zone. The massing of the building is successfully, with exceptions, successfully successful to diminish the overall density of the project. Let's see. And I would forward on the idea that appreciate the reduction from last time of the massing of the second and third floors from the street, the pushback from the street of several areas of the building from the property lines, that the fourth story is positioned in a place where that its massing and impact is minimized and not an issue. And then when it comes back, we would like to see more variations of the window sizes, more attention to the pedestrian pass through the public art garage, and more work on the massing of the Mason Street elevation, and more refinement of the openings and interest and pushing and pulling of the Santa Barbara Street elevation. And I don't agree, but it was established last time, and it seems established this time, that story poles would be required, but the story poles could be introduced at time of Planning Commission review and the board would review those polls along with the planning commission. That would be my motion.
Okay. Is
Second.
there a seconder? Okay. Seconded by Mr. Black. Any discussion about that motion?
Gee,
Not hearing, not hearing any
expecting more.
discussion.
Wow.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask.
Yes.
I think one thing that's difficult with that motion is the aspect of the story polls that we're being asked as a board to provide support or not for project compatibility criteria to pass on to the PC. But one of those key requirements is to assess and provide feedback if it's positive on mass, bulk, height, scale, things like that. So without the story polls, it's incomplete. We really, I think, not only us, but the community, we're left looking at something that's not there yet and having to provide our criteria and support for that, which I think is a slippery path to continue forward on PC without actually knowing that just yet. I think that's my hesitation.
Well, further discussion, you know, Mr. Watkins, I was considering that and I phrased my motion to say tentative support for
It's just not fair to
compatibility.
the applicant. I think if we say tentative though, I think we either have to give them a motion that is, in general, we're supporting the criteria at this point, or we don't, because those words could be twisted both ways, right? And it would be unfair for us to be pigeonholed, and it also could be unfair for the applicants at a future time to be held for one way, where they could say, hey, you guys approved this, and then the story polls are put up later, and then we're stuck in a position backtracking after PC is given comments, seeing that we're favorable towards the height, bulk, and scale without the story polls at that time. I think that's where my hesitation.
I think it's beyond. I think we should refer this to either staff or the applicant to work out the logistics of, mounting story polls for us and then mounting story polls again for PC.
They would stay up the whole time.
That's a real problem, a problematic thing.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps staff could weigh in on that. Is it possible that story polls put up for conceptual review would be something that the planning commission members could be scheduled to go and view prior to their hearing?
Board members, this is Ted Hamilton, assisting staff person for ABR. The way it's been done in the past is the story polls that are used for the planning commission hearing can be, staff can let the board know that the story polls are up, and that the ABR can view them during that time. So I don't think we would require two sets of story polls to go up. We would just coordinate with the two discretionary bodies to make sure that both of them can review them.
Mr. Chair and Ted, I think the problem is that how David sees it is that before we send it on positive with comments in regards to compatibility, we have to see the story polls. So it's not planning commission first, then ABR trails along and says, yeah, we get it. It's the ABR sees them first, and then can the planning commission see them at that same time before we send our judgment of the compatibility criteria.
And I think I'm just going back on precedents, the last few years, I know this isn't an AUD project, but projects of this size and scale that have come through the board in the last few years, as a result, have been we've been given the power to actually request, if the board feels it's appropriate, to request story polls early on to get the sense conceptually of mass, bulk, height, and scale to provide those comments. And so we were given that, I think, after several AUD projects that were not as big as this went through to help the community and help the applicants and the board see all in the same picture what we're looking at, as opposed to going back after PC and saying, oh, well, that's too big. It's not fair to the applicants at that point to turn around and see story polls after we've given them favorable comments to go to PC. I think that's, yeah.
Right. Let's let Irma jump in here. I think she can add.
Thank you, Chair Moore and board members. What Ted is correct. We attempt to coordinate the story polls between the design review boards and the planning commission, and certainly because you need to have these story polls erected so that you can view them before you give the project design approval. And so yes, they're usually done during the conceptual phase of the project. And so in this case, if you decided that story polls were appropriate or necessary, then those could be put up for obviously for your review before. I don't know if this project is coming back to you after. Well, it will come after the planning commission, but if you wanted to see these before you send off your comments to them, if you feel comfortable, however, with your comments of the project without that, and can make those findings now, it's at your discretion. You don't have to have the story polls. It's not necessary, and if you don't feel it is, that's your discretion.
Well, I think that we have decided that the majority of the board requires story polls. The issue is, do we send it on to planning? Do we send it on to planning commission before viewing the story polls, and have the story polls erected when the planning commission is going to reviewing the project?
Yes, I think that if your board now does not feel comfortable with the size, bulk, and scale, the neighborhood compatibility, and feel that the story polls are necessary for you to make positive comments to the planning commission with respect to that aspect of the project, you can require them to be erected before you send it off to the planning commission. I think that also the planning commission will probably see this right after that. It could be coordinated pretty, I don't want to say simultaneously, but at the, relatively the same time. Once you see the story polls, they can come back, you can make comments, and they can go off to the planning commission. So it sounds like your board has decided that you don't feel comfortable sending it to the planning commission based on what you've seen, and they have provided, the what do I want to call it? The alternate visuals for you that sometimes might take the place of story polls.
Right. Okay, well, so if I understand, if the board decides tonight that they can't send it on to the planning commission before story polls are erected, then they would have them erect story polls, we would review it. And during that time, the planning commissioners would either be announced to go see these story polls, even though they do not have the project in front of them yet, to review the story polls at that time, because there's going to be some time between the ABR's review and the Planning Commission's review. So I understand that the Planning Commission will be invited to see these prior to their review, and then the polls taken down and recorded to photographs, et cetera, and then the Planning Commission can have their review much later after the polls are taken down. Is that correct?
Well, usually we would hope that the planning commission could go out there and review them. Usually, in this case, it's my understanding that when it's a planning commission project, story polls are required. And it's usually the design review board that goes out and reviews them, you know, kind of in that same time frame, just so that they are aware of those. But certainly before the project design approval is given, is issued, you have the benefit of looking at those polls. So yeah, it's a coordination situation here. I understand that. I don't think that we would require them to put them up twice. They're very costly, and so we wouldn't want them to have to do that 2 times.
And are going to be in the way.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so and going to be physically going to be in the way of functioning of that block. So anyway,
Yes.
I think that in order to move things along, that I would, my motion is to send this on to Planning Commission with, let's see, maybe it would help if we postponed it 2 weeks in order to review the augmented flybys and so forth, and to see if the board was more comfortable without story polls, to make a motion for tentative compatibility analysis without story polls. I'll add that to my motion. So it would be a 2-week continuance.
Sorry, Richard, the schedule doesn't allow for 2-week continuance. So it would be an additional, it'd be a 4-week continuance at a minimum, I guess.
Okay, so my motion would be to send this on to the Planning Commission with the we can't make compatibility analysis anyway tonight, correct?
Just criteria.
We can, just like we did for the last project, where we make the analysis, and you know, it's not a formal, you know, PDA or anything like that.
That's what I'm calling a tentative
the analysis
approval.
Again at the time of PDA.
Okay, so my motion is a tentative preliminary accepted compatibility and send it on to Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, I cut off, or I didn't hear the last
so
2 minutes of that.
So my revised motion would be to send this on to Planning Commission with a tentative acceptability of compatibility of the project. Not a formal one.
Irma, you have
Mr.
something
Chair,
to add?
may I chime in on that? I think it would be, if it be, it's at your discretion, Mr. Chair, and if you would entertain asking the applicant if they would like to go forward to the Planning Commission with a tentative comments on the project compatibility analysis. I'm not sure that that is going to give the Planning Commission much confidence.
Yeah, I
But we're
agree.
saying-
I think the applicant as well would want to arrive in front of the planning commission with support of the board.
Yes.
And not have a question in the air.
Mr. Chair, could I make a comment? It's Leon.
Please.
Richard, it seems to me like the story polls are more beneficial for the public than they are for us. I think we all have a better idea of how the size, bulk, and scale is. And I think what I would think we might fear is that the public would be really surprised and not informed. So as we make this decision, to me, it seems more like providing at an appropriate time for the public.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the logistics here. I'm not in support, personally, I'm not in support of needing story polls, but I'm responding to the majority of the board that does. So I'm just trying to get the logistics straightened out here so we can get this project on the planning commission.
Okay, so you've updated your motion. Does the seconder of the motion accept that change?
Under discussion. So what if we were to ask for story polls? The story polls go up. We go out, we look at them, we have a meeting, we confirm that in fact the project is favorable relative to size, bulk, and scale. At the time the story polls are up, that would give both the public and the planning commissioners an opportunity to be there and make their own decision, and then kind of keep that to themselves until their own meeting. But at least our decision would be based on story polls, and nobody could come back at us and say, hey, you know, what was your original opinion based on? Well, it was based on story polls plus our own. You see what I'm saying?
Here, that's exactly what I'm trying to get out of Irma. That the planning commission could go see it, the physical polls, and the public could go see the physical polls before they actually review it in their space.
Well, and it would give the public an opportunity to both attend one of our meetings, you know, after the polls are up and we've made, you know, we are reviewing them. And and it would give the public an opportunity to go to the planning commission as well, based on what they see story poll wise. I don't think we can forward something to
Irma,
the planning.
do you have anything to add?
Seen it, but
I guess maybe
everybody hold on. Let's.
I guess maybe I didn't make, I wasn't very clear. If this board feels comfortable sending this project to the Planning Commission with the compatibility analysis and.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. We just stated that, Aaron. It doesn't. We've got to have story polls for the ABR to send it on to Planning Commission. Can you figure out the logistics of having the Planning Commission review the polls and the public review the polls before the Planning Commission actually sees it?
Yep.
That's not her position
The
right now.
question, yes or no?
That's not her position, Richard. I think the way the motion's carried right now, it needs to be voted on and completed. As it stands, the offset is either allowing it to go forward at Planning Commission without the story polls right now, or going back to the straw vote and saying before it can go to Planning Commission, that this board's going to look at the story polls as erected and go from there.
Okay,
Those are
so my motion is for a continuance, an indefinite continuance for the applicant to erect story poles along with the other comments that we have contributed here, to erect story poles one time so the board can and the public can have a measurement of the mass spoken scale. And we'll leave it up to staff so the poles don't have to go up twice for the planning commission.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, let's, so Richard, that's your complete motion.
Yeah.
I would concur.
Sorry, David.
Sorry.
What did you have to say?
I just said I would concur with that motion. I think
So
that's
you would second that motion.
Yes, please.
Okay, so now discussion. Irma, do you have something to add?
No, I think that's the motion. That is the motion that's before you. You take action on that. And I, with all due respect, I was trying to clarify my position, or not my position, but the logistics. Certainly the Planning Commission is going to be coordinating the review of the story poles when they are erected.
Thank you. Sorry, I got angry.
Mr. Chair, may I speak to the motion?
Can we finish the motion first?
I'm really asking for clarification. But yes, if I could have a moment before you vote, I'd appreciate it.
So sorry to jump in. It looks like we may have lost Chair Moore. Oh, no, he's back. Okay.
Back. I'm sorry. I don't know why my feed keeps dropping out. Ms. Elledge, can you just, you're representing the client, obviously.
Yes.
Can you give us just 15 seconds of your perspective? What would you like from the client's perspective?
My concern is that we've come to you early with concept review and today in order to, feel like we were all on the same page and the project could move forward. The Planning Commission review is not going to be for a year. We're not deemed complete yet. And the project schedule is will be at PC in a year. We had a very good feeling from the concept review that that massing.
So I'm going to stop you there. The question was specific about the process from the client's perspective. So
let me clarify, please. Then the polls can't go up twice because of the expense, and as
obviously not.
Board members
obviously
say
not.
That they can't stay up for an extended period of time because of the interference with tenants and their operations. So this is what we're trying to. We thought we were there with massing and height, and
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Prior to Planning Commission,
please,
and that
please
you
stop.
all would be able to
Please
see
stop.
them at the same time. Okay.
Please stop.
Waste of time.
Can you, okay, Ms. Elledge, can you turn your webcam off? Thank you. We can continue our discussions. Leon, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So the motion on the table right now is an indefinite continuance where the client or the owner will install story poles and that's it. That's the motion.
Wow, okay.
You can see my point, right? We need to give them some feedback.
Well, maybe I should drop out of making the motion because I don't agree. I'm going to vote no on the motion because I agree that I was under the impression that mass spoken scale was there, that the logistics of polls is ridiculous, and that the flybys and so forth were adequate to inform this talented body of people here that of a mass booking scale. So I withdraw my motion.
Okay. Does anybody have a follow-up motion they'd like to try?
I can attempt one.
Great.
I would say indefinite continuance, and that the applicants respect the last hearing's straw vote for story polls, and that is an integral part of this project moving forward before any compatibility criteria can be established. Overall, the project is generally acceptable for the height and the stories of the project clustered into the center of the development. The material palette is generally acceptable. The glazing is consistent with the vernacular found in the area, but requires more fine tuning in size and patterning. And the use of landscaping and private courtyards throughout the site is appreciated and carefully developed, but still holds challenges to overall size and access. And personally, I think there's a lot more behind all that, but I think that may be general enough that they can get some positive comments from us and still move forward with the story polls till we get a better understanding of that. So I would welcome anyone who wants to second that and expand, but I would want to start with those key points, at least from what I heard.
Okay. Do we have a seconder of that motion?
I'll second that motion again.
Okay, and discussion?
I'd rather go back to Richard's motion.
Okay, I mean, my own perspective is that I think that I agree with a lot of that motion, of David's motion, but I think we don't want them to put up story polls if we're not confident that they've done what we've asked them to do in the previous motion from the July 13th hearing. And if I was the owner, I wouldn't want to put out the money to put the polls up until I was feeling pretty confident that my conceptual design was getting a warm reception.
Do you feel like there's a comment that you could add for that would improve that? I agree with that sentiment, and I think that's important to capture. I welcome any comments you guys have for that could convey that to the applicants and the board.
Can I offer a different idea that maybe the applicant would, I think we should canvass the board to see if any amount of flybys and aerial studies would be enough to convince this board that the project is compatible and be able to send it on without story polls. Would there be any amount of visuals other than story polls that would convince the rest of the members that aren't convinced at this point that it's compatible?
It would me.
I'll keep the motion as it is. Personally, I think Chair Moore's comment about the comments I think are important. So I'd like to respectfully keep the motion as proposed right now. But
okay.
I think it is important to add those comments, like you said, Chair Moore. So I'm open to what you think would be a good comment to add to that discussion so they see that it's favorable. I agree with that. Generally speaking, I think it is favorable. That's what I was trying to call the heights, I think, are good for the 4-story development, especially in the middle. I think that's effective, and I think that's supportable. The massing palettes on each elevation are generally supportable. There are corners that still have issues, but generally speaking, they work. I think there's a good definition of massing throughout each elevation, so I think that's important. I don't know, do you think any of those help with that comment or with that motion, or?
I guess
Well,
then
I do.
Can we hear them? If you're changing the motion or altering it, can somebody write it down so that we could hear it back?
We have good people for that.
We have somebody doing that.
I think we do.
So do you want me to read it back to you?
Do you mind, Mary?
Yeah, I can do that. So the motion was to continue indefinitely back to the full board with the following comments. Number 1, the applicant shall provide story polls before any compatibility criteria findings can be made. Number 2, the overall project is generally acceptable. Overall, the massing of the project is generally acceptable. The stories are clustered at the center of the project, which is appropriate. The material palette is generally acceptable. The glazing is consistent with the vernacular found within the area, but needs more fine-tuning for the sizing and patterning. And finally, the use of landscaping and courtyards throughout the site is appreciated and carefully developed, but still holds challenges to the overall size and access of the project.
Okay. So the seconder of the motion is Mr. Black, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that what you're?
Yes.
You're still favor with that? Okay.
Yeah.
So David, sorry, Mr. Watkins, you were wanting to add some language to that motion.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiments of you and Leon. I think I'd be willing to add the comments of, you could say the massing at each elevation is appropriate, is generally appropriate with the overall scale found in each respective neighborhood. The changes in roof lines and pushes and pulls of each facade is supportable and effective. I should say supportable and effective in reducing the overall apparent bulk of the development. And I'll stop with those two right now. And then if you guys think there's something more that's missing from it right now, I welcome that. I'm trying to keep it as general as possible right now while still showing that we're supportive of the project until we see the story polls.
Yes.
What about the second?
Yeah, I would agree.
So then my question is to get clear on what this motion requires of story polls and when.
This would require story polls to be installed before they come back to our next hearing.
Right.
So the community and the board members and PC coordinated, anyone involved or interested in the community would be able to go see those before our next hearing.
Even if they have to do it a second time for the planning commission?
Ideally, they won't have to do that. Based on the past experiences, they'll notify PC and there'll be dates that they have their meetings out there. So my understanding is, my experience is that hasn't happened before. And we would definitely not support that.
So if staff could confirm that that was possible and a reasonable expectation, I could vote for this.
Right. They're not able to do that. They can't guarantee that.
No.
But the intent of the motion would be with that understanding that they can have access and PC will be available to see this video as well. They'll be aware and they'll be notified when those story polls go up, so they'll know they're out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so in your motion, Mr. Watkins, it all sounded fairly positive. There's no other changes or anything else that you're looking for in your motion?
The one aspect I think about window glazing and patterning, I think that was in there, and the concerns over this amount of open space that's on site.
Okay.
I think my third comment would just be, and I think that this was mixed based on other board members, is continue to explore ways to activate those alley entrances on each elevation.
Okay, so those are elements that might affect the general layout and design and perhaps the overall project rather than small detail type things. Okay.
I think the small details get worked out.
Okay, so that is our motion. We should probably have Mary read that to confirm before we vote.
All right, sure. So the motion is to continue indefinitely back to the full board with the following comments. Number 1, the applicant shall provide story polls before any compatibility criteria findings can be made. Number 2, the overall massing of the project is generally acceptable. The stories are clustered at the center of the project, which is appropriate. The massing is appropriate for the scale in each respective neighborhood. The changes in roof lines and pushes and pulls of each facade is supportable and effective in reducing overall apparent bulk. The materials palette is generally acceptable. The glazing is consistent with vernacular found within the area, but needs more fine-tuning for size and patterning. And finally, the use of landscaping and courtyards throughout the site is appreciated and carefully developed, but still holds challenges to the overall size and access of the project. Continue to explore ways to expand the alleyways on each elevation.
Okay. Mr. Watkins, would you consider rephrasing your point about the challenges for the open space and landscaping to be more direct and clear?
Yeah, thank you,
As to your meaning.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So some of the comments that other board members point out was, I think the words that the open spaces were concerns and that the courtyards were failures due to the basically the sizing and the configuration. So maybe we could say something that the board requests the applicants find more ways to introduce landscaping and or open spaces throughout the project, be it along the perimeter or inside the development. I think hopefully that's a bit general enough that it allows them to work out design ideas both directions.
Okay, so that would be to replace the, we just need to make sure Mary understands what that is replacing.
I could use that as a follow-up statement after that last question about the open spaces, so it's a little bit more definitive.
Okay. Mary, does that make sense?
So do you want me to scratch the sentence regarding the landscape and courtyards throughout the site are appreciated, but still hold challenges to the overall size and access of the project?
I would keep that sentence if it were me, and then add that last statement I just added after to be more
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. So that is the motion on the table. If there's any, and David, Mr. Black, do you accept those changes?
I do.
Okay. All right, so unless there's any more discussion, let's take our vote.
All right, this is Mary. I will take the roll call vote. We have Chair Moore,
Yes.
Vice Chair Six,
No.
Board Member Black,
Yes.
Board Member Olson,
Oh, you're muted.
Yes.
thank you, and Board Member Watkins.
Yes.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, thank you very much for everything and staying up staying late with us. And thank you to the city staff. This is difficult. And thank you to the applicants. Was a long one. And hopefully we can iron out all the technical difficulties in the future. Okay, and with that, we can close our agenda for today's Architectural Board meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.